If he truly died this way, then he died in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 23-year-old Duncan McPherson. He was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. He had dreams of becoming an NHL player. He was actually a first-round pick of the New York Islanders, but because of several injuries, he never actually made it to the NHL. In August of 1989, he would travel to the Stubai Alps, which is in Austria. He was actually intending to go to Scotland, but he passed through here on his way. He was expected to make it to Scotland on August 12th, but he never arrived. 6 weeks later, the car that he borrowed from a friend was found at the Stubai ski resort. So they spoke to the people at the resort, and they said that in fact was there. To them, it appeared that he was going to do some snowboarding before he continued his trip. But nobody knew where he was. He just vanished, so he was reported missing. And he would be missing for 14 years. In 2003, some people nearby saw a glove sticking out of a melting glacier. In the middle of that glacier, McPherson's remains. I can't show those images because, TikTok. His arms had both been amputated. So were both his hands and both his legs. His body was quite literally in pieces. Now, apparently there is some science behind the fact that if a body is inside of like a glacier like this, I guess a body can separate. But based on the actual bones and where the injuries and fractures were, and this is also his snowboard that was found inside the glacier with him, and you can see that it has some severe cutting on it. This is another image where you can see the damage to the snowboard. They also found his wallet, which in there they found cards with particular damage. It looked like the teeth of a tiller on a snow tilling machine. So these teeth right there. The machine that in question also has this on it. Very large machine with a lot of machinery and very large metal claw things. When experts looked at his bones, they determined that there was no way that his body had separated through the natural process of it being stuck in a glacier like that. They said his bones were separated, can only be explained by machinery. So this is what they think happened. This is an image from the mountain he would have been snowboarding on. This is the tilling machine they would have used. They believe that Dustin somehow got injured on that mountain. They believe it was very foggy, and as he was lying on the ground waiting for help, the tilling machine ran over his body, tearing him to pieces. They said it would have peeled the skin off of his bones. It would have ripped his limbs off. These parts right here would have absolutely annihilated his body. Not only would he be crushed to death, but he's also dealing with the agony of having his skin peeled off of his body, his limbs being torn off. Now, one could only hope that if this was how he died, that he didn't experience it for too long. That hopefully he would have died fairly quickly, but they can't say for sure. It would have been probably pretty foggy, hard for the driver to see. They did confirm they were driving these with skiers on the mountain. It would have been so loud he wouldn't have heard the blood-curdling screams of the man he was destroying. I was reading that one of his legs could have possibly, just based on this, could have gotten stuck in this machine before it was taken off, and it basically just rotated it until his leg was pulled off. They were even able to determine that he was likely alive for a little bit of this because there was certain damage to his bones that indicated he tried to remove himself from the machine, but they can't say that for sure. They can't confirm that this is the way he actually died, but the evidence shows and proves that it was likely done by a machine and not by some natural method. So, what they believe happened is either the driver realized what happened after the fact, was afraid of possibly losing his job and being, going to trial for manslaughter because he had broken safety protocols, or they think maybe he was drunk. And again, the whole trial and manslaughter stuff. They even think he may have had help from a supervisor, basically move the body to where it was eventually found. Again, they can't confirm it, but that is the ultimate likelihood. And if that is the way he died, Jesus Christ. I sincerely hope, I have to just believe But he did not feel it for too long, because that is hell on earth, and I would wish that on nobody. Police in Los Angeles, California are asking for the public's help in trying to locate a missing attorney. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Aaron Murphy Davidson. Viewer discretion is advised. Aaron Davidson was born on August 20th, 1989, and at the time of this story, he is 33 years old. Aaron had graduated from Chapman University's Fowler School of Law, and he is a member of the California Bar. And he is a litigation associate at Labello, Lamb, Lewis, and Riley, which is a law firm which he joined in 2019. Aaron lives in a downtown Los Angeles apartment, which is on the 200 block of South Grand Avenue. Now, the circumstances of his disappearance aren't truly known. They really don't have much information to provide. From what I understand, the last person to see him, I guess, was a roommate of his on July 6th, 2023. He then left the apartment and then since then has not been seen or heard from again. His roommate allegedly said that he had not taken, I guess, certain medication and that she thinks he may have been delusional, but I don't know the validity of that. And I'm sure police are looking into that aspect of his life. They have questioned everyone they can in his apartment building and everyone in that area. This being downtown LA, I'm sure it's pretty difficult to interview that many people, but they've done their best. Aaron's family is worried about his health and safety. They said they are concerned for his safety and worried he may be hospitalized and unidentified. But that really is just kind of speculation because no one really knows where he is or what happened to him. I do not know if they've done anything with his cell phone in terms of pinging its location. I don't know if it was still at the apartment. There's a lot of stuff they haven't really put out. So this video hopefully reaches the downtown Los Angeles area especially. Aaron Davidson is 5'11". He weighs approximately 170 pounds. He has brown eyes and dark brown hair. He does not have any distinguishing marks on his body, like no tattoos, no piercings. He does wear glasses, but they said his glasses were recently broken, and they think at this point he may have a beard. Unfortunately, I don't really have much information to provide, but if you have any information whatsoever about the disappearance of Aaron Davidson in downtown Los Angeles, California, please contact 714-397-6426 or 1-800-222-8477. You can also go to lacrimestoppers.com. You can report anonymously. She would be stolen from her home and then thrown away as if she were garbage. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alayna Ertl. Viewer discretion is advised. 5-year-old Alayna Ertl lived with her family in Watkins, Minnesota. She was described as always having a smile on her face and a hug for everyone. They said that she was an absolute gift to the world. She had a love for everyone and always had nice words to say about people. She was free. She was innocent. She gave joy to everyone. She loved her big brother. She always looked up to him, and she just loved learning from him. But unfortunately, she would be taken away from everyone. Alayna lived here in this home. At approximately 8:30 in the morning on August 20th, 2016, Alayna's parents woke up and realized Alayna was nowhere in the house. And when they looked elsewhere, they noticed 2 more things were missing. Their truck and also their house guest, 25-year-old Zachary Anderson. The night before, Zachary and Alayna's father would play softball together. Zachary would come back to their house, which he did all the time. He was a family friend, and he would sleep there all the time. He and Alayna's father were up until about 4 o'clock in the morning when her father went to bed. The last time anyone saw Alayna was at 2:30 in the morning because that's when her mom picked her up off the couch when she fell asleep and moved her to her room. So, at 8:30 in the morning when they realized she wasn't there, they called police. For some reason, the Amber Alert wasn't issued until sometime after 1 p.m. that day. I don't know why. But later that day, Zachary's own father turned him in. He said he thinks he may have gone to their family's cabin. So the police go to the cabin and they actually find the stolen truck. Inside they find a shotgun with shotgun shells everywhere and a suicide note. As they branch out, they find Zachary. He's knee-deep in a pond. They ask him where the girl is. He says, "What girl?" But then, soon enough, he caves in. He brings them to her body. He had just thrown her in some bushes next to the pond. She had been sexually assaulted, strangled, and had blunt force trauma to her head. When asked why he did it, he gave no motive. He just never said why he did it. He just took her when everyone else went to bed and killed her. In March of 2018, he would end up pleading guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Roughly 30 minutes after sending this Snapchat to her friend, she would be found murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alicia Hummel. Viewer discretion is advised. Alicia Marie Hummel, pictured here in the middle between her parents. She was born on June 27, 1985, and she lived in Sioux City, Iowa. Alicia would go on to graduate from South Dakota State University, and then from there she would go on to get a teaching job. She was teaching early Head Start for infants and toddlers. In 2011, she had married her high school sweetheart, but by 2014, the marriage was over. And they were in the process of the divorce when this particular story happened. On May 31st, 2015, she would post to her Facebook, "I want to go fishing." The following day, she then said, "First day of vacay, I'm going fishing." She had asked friends if they wanted to go fishing with her, but no one else could attend, so she decided to go on her own. She had Snapchat this image that said, "When your pole doesn't fit in your car." She sent another Snapchat on the way to the fishing area. Then she arrived where she said, "Finally, I've been waiting since fall." So she had gone to Myron Grove, which I guess is a popular fishing area there. She sent a text message to one of her friends that basically insinuated she just saw two people having sex, I'm guessing nearby. And then 30 minutes after that text, at approximately 3 p.m., a boat ramp attendant found Alicia's body. At first sight, this looked like an accidental drowning. Although what's interesting is that her fishing pole was never found, still to this day, and her purse wasn't anywhere there near her or in her vehicle. When the coroner did the autopsy, they realized this was not an accidental drowning. She died of asphyxiation, drowning, and had blunt force trauma to her body. They've never released the specific details about the blunt force trauma because they want to keep something secret. The issue is there was no witnesses. No one saw a thing. No one heard anything. This couple that she allegedly had seen, having sex nearby, no one even truly knows where exactly she saw that or if it was even real. From what I understand, there were no indications of a sexual assault taking place. With her purse missing, they thought maybe this was a robbery. They interviewed people in her life. No one had a grudge against her. No one hated her. She had no enemies. Naturally, they suspected the soon-to-be ex-husband, but he had an absolutely airtight alibi and he was completely ruled out. I guess friends would allege other potential suspects, but all of those suspects were cleared as well. Roughly a year after the murder, I guess they found her purse. And unbelievably, all the cash she had was still in there. So were her credit cards. But what was missing was her cell phone. However, I don't know if they've tracked or pinged the cell phone at all. Witnesses, I guess, kind of near the area said they thought they saw a dark-colored vehicle driving away. But those witnesses didn't know the make or model of this car. All they said was that it was a dark-colored vehicle, and that really doesn't help much at all. There weren't any tire tracks nearby, no foot impressions. To my knowledge, I don't think they have fingerprints or DNA, but if they do, they haven't really revealed that. But the fact of the matter is someone murdered her. Someone killed this woman. She was 29 years old. She was beloved by everybody. She was full of optimism, full of joy and happiness, and someone just took that. For what reason? Nobody knows. If it wasn't sexual assault, if it wasn't a robbery because her purse was found with cash in it, what was the motive? Why kill her? Makes no sense. But somebody out there knows the truth. someone knows who killed Alicia, and perhaps the person with information is you. If you do have any information on the murder of Alicia Hummel, please call the Clay County Sheriff's Office in South Dakota at 605-677-7100 and help her family get the answers they deserve. Hello, true crimeers. So I do need to make a quick correction to the video I just posted earlier today with regards to the unsolved murder of Alicia Hummel. In the video, I said that they have not found her cell phone. Well, that is actually not true. They do have her phone. So the Clay County, South Dakota investigators admit they do have the victim's cell phone, and they announced that in 2021. And that was actually years after the murder took place, where for years nobody knew they had her cell phone. But that's about all they really said. They say it was found at the scene where she was killed, but they will not say how it was found, when it was found, and what, if any, evidence investigators have recovered from it. And that's really all there is on her cell phone. The fact that they're not saying if there is anything relevant from the cell phone could mean that there probably maybe is something relevant, but they don't want to release that information for obvious reasons, because it's something the killer might know that only the killer would know. Just like how they're not saying, because they said there was like blunt force trauma to her, and it sounds like they probably know with what type of weapon, but they're not saying what that type of weapon is, again, in case the killer slips up. I have to imagine that if there is information on her phone that could have proven relevant, I have to imagine they investigated it thoroughly, I would hope, but they're keeping it very closed off. So, but yes, thank you to the commenter for pointing that out, that they do actually have Alicia's cell phone. I don't know why it took them 6 years to say that, or maybe it accidentally leaked and they didn't want anyone to know that. And I do want to say, this happened not that long ago. This isn't like that old of a case. I mean, it was like, what, 8-9 years ago? The killer is very much still probably alive, unless something crazy happened. And killers talk. They love to talk. And so they must have told someone, or hinted at someone. So there is a very good chance the killer could still be caught. And if you are someone who knows that information, just contact the police. Contact the South Dakota investigators, the Iowa police. You can report any information anonymously. You do not have to say who you are. But if you have the information that can help find her killer and put her killer behind bars and not on the streets to kill again, please, dear God, tell the authorities that information. That is not something you want to just keep to yourself and never tell anyone. A mother would seemingly vanish from this house, and everyone is still wondering what happened on that August afternoon. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Anastacia Cortes Reyes. Viewer discretion is advised. Anastacia was a married mother of 2 young girls. At the time this story takes place, she had been with her husband for about 10 years. The family lived here in this home in the Elkhart County, Indiana area, and by all accounts, it was a pretty normal family. It was August 26, 2014. Anastacia's husband had gone to work that morning, and when he left, Anastacia was there, the girls were there. Multiple people can attest that Anastacia had walked both of her girls to school. She actually did not know how to drive yet, but they did have a van at the house. I guess there was like some frustrations where her husband was like, because she wasn't driving, I guess it caused some, minor arguments. Then at 9:15 a.m., CCTV picks Anastacia up shopping at a Kroger store. And they know for a fact that she got home. They looked in the pantry and they saw all of the items she had purchased. They found the receipt from that purchase in the house. So they know she was home long enough to put the groceries away. There was a phone call made at 10:10 a.m. between Anastacia and her husband, and that call lasted a few minutes. He can recount it was just a brief conversation about her plans for the day. but then that would be the last time anyone heard from her again. She was scheduled to work later that afternoon, and her friends were going to come by and pick her up. So when they came by, they noticed that she wasn't there. They also noticed that their van that was there, because her husband didn't drive it that morning, was also missing. But that was strange because she did not know how to drive. So she would be reported missing, I believe, the next day. The day after she went missing, in a cornfield behind this building, and it didn't have snow back then, they found the missing van, and it had been burnt out. But there was no sign of Anastacia. When police found out about the fights they were having about her driving and the van and whatnot, and because he is the husband, police began to question him and asked him about their relationship. And he said, well, we had our normal ups and downs like every marriage does. Which, many people would back that up. But most importantly, her husband, Reveriano, he had an airtight alibi. He was at work that entire morning. All through the time that she could have gone missing, he was accounted for the entire time. Numerous witnesses, time cards, camera footage. He wasn't near her. Her disappearance was just an insanely bizarre mystery, and nobody knew what happened to her. They didn't really have many leads. There wasn't really any suspects. They don't know if she just picked up and left on her own. But the car being burnt out like that is always a very suspicious thing, especially considering she did not know how to drive. And then about 2 years after she disappeared, they found her. On May 5th, 2016, her skeletal remains and some articles of her clothing were found in a field. And this was off County Road 27. They did not have her full remains, but they were able to positively identify them to Anastacia. Her exact cause of death, I don't think, was determined, but they have ruled this a homicide. And unfortunately, that is where this case is left. Sadly, there is no new information. If they've gotten any leads, it has not been released. Her remains were found 7 years ago, and her family just wants to know what happened to her. Someone, somewhere out there, knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about the disappearance and murder of Anastacia Cortes Reyes, please contact the Elkhart County Police Department or prosecutor's office. You can report it anonymously. Hello, true crimerers. This is the missing or murdered Indigenous woman case of Andra Adams. Viewer discretion is advised. Andra Adams was born on January 8th, 1993, and this was in Halifax, which is in Nova Scotia, Canada. And she was Indigenous. She was described as an absolute firecracker. She had a big personality, and she aspired to work in performance arts, or possibly even journalism. She loved painting. She was into vintage motorcycles. She had a massive knowledge of all things music, and she just seemed like a very lovely young woman. At some point, she would leave Halifax and actually move to Seattle, Washington here in the States to be with her boyfriend, Dustin. And it does not sound like their relationship was all that great. Dustin is definitely someone with a temper. However, I don't know for sure if there is like a long history of any kind of domestic violence in this relationship, but it certainly would end that way. Andra had confided to Dustin in September of 2020 that she was sexually assaulted by one of Dustin's very good friends. I don't know his name, but I do know that this is a picture of the man who she accused. Well, this made Dustin very mad. Not at his friend, at Andra. Basically, he called her a liar. And it really seemed to piss him off that she would accuse his friend of sexually assaulting her. Despite her being adamant that he absolutely did, this piece of crap just refused to believe it. Or maybe he believed it and didn't care. I'm not really sure. On September 19th, 2020, the two of them were in Dustin's car driving when they got into a very large argument over this very same topic. Dustin alleges that Andra hit him or something. So he responded by being very physically abusive towards her in the car, which then caused her to get out of the car when it stopped. And then Dustin runs her over, and this would kill her. At the scene, Dustin told police, "I never drink. I don't drink, especially when I'm driving." But then he would confess in an interview later that day that he was drinking and driving. Police knew about the alleged sexual assault of Andra. What did police do? Nothing. Seattle police did not even interview the man that allegedly assaulted her. Didn't question him, didn't bring him in, nothing. That man's girlfriend tells police, "Nah, she lied, it didn't happen." And they just believed the girlfriend. So the sexual assault was never investigated. Unbelievably, they ruled her death a tragic accident. Andra was indigenous, so that tells you all you need to know. Meanwhile, this man is still free, and Dustin is all smiles and free as a bird. This man survived one of the absolute most horrific animal attacks imaginable. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of Andrew Oberly. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. At the time of this story, Andrew is 26 years old and he is studying anthropology. It was his lifelong dream to work in anthropology and to work with animals. He was a Texas graduate student, but at the time that this event took place, which is in 2012, he was actually in South Africa at one of the Jane Goodall Chimp Edens. He was working there and actually giving tours to people. And that's exactly what he was doing during this fateful event. He took his tour past some of, the chimp habitats, and there are two fences. There's one outer fence, and then there's the inner fence. And this is a recreation someone did. Now, this middle zone here is a restricted zone. For whatever reason, Andrew went into that area. Something he did startled one of the chimps, and there was two chimps by the fence, and those two were Nikki and Amadeus. Well, suddenly, one of them reached under the fence and grabbed Andrew by his ankles, and they began to drag him under the fence. Immediately, the institution was put into a lockdown. They brought in armed guards, people with pistols. At one point, one of the guards fired into the air, they fired into the ground, all in attempts just to get the chimps scared and run away, but they didn't. Meanwhile, the two chimps are absolutely ravaging Andrew. This is what they did to Andrew, so again, viewer discretion is advised. His right upper arm was broken. His lower right arm muscles and ligaments, they were torn and exposed to the bone. His left arm was completely mauled. The chimps bit off fingers from both hands. They bit off both of his ears. They collapsed one of his lungs. They partially scalped him. They chewed off more than half of his right foot, and then some of his left foot. They tore his wrists open. They tore the flesh from his elbows, his back, his rear end, and significant portions of his leg. They also ripped off one of his testicles. Bone was exposed everywhere. His face had been tore where you can see his skull. They finally were able to, drive a vehicle into the habitat. One of the chimps jumped on the vehicle and started smashing at the window, and so the guy inside shot towards the chimp and injured it, and that caused the other chimp finally to run away, and they were able to finally get to Andrew. Andrew was barely alive. His heart was just barely beating. He went into septic shock. He was put into an induced coma at the hospital. He didn't even wake up until about 2.5 weeks after the attack. He had gone through 26 different surgeries. They had to remove one of his hands, and he wears now a prosthetic. I believe both of his feet are also now prosthetics. They were able to successfully basically put his face back together, but most importantly, he survived that absolutely horrific attack. I guess even to this day, he says he still loves chimps, but obviously his career has now taken him on a completely different path. He ended up moving away from anthropology. He ended up going in the direction of healthcare. I'm sure basically what, the medical professionals were able to do with him probably inspired him a lot. And also he continues to help, survivors of similar incidents. He says he survived it for a reason, to help others. But Jesus, what? I don't even... Thank goodness he had the strength. I don't think I would have. Alright, what's this? Don't press. What the fuck fucking tell me what to do. I'm pressing it. Boom. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. I'm not fucking around, alright? Doing it again. Here we go. Was that German for keep going? Got it. Cool. This is bad. Your mom's bad. Last warning. Fuck your warnings. Bitch. Don't press me. I don't speak languages. El prosso ageno. Ha! Don't fucking laugh at me. This isn't a joke to me. You're stubborn? Your bitch is stubborn. Boobs are stubborn. Game over. This was a game. Did I win? They call it Rapunzel syndrome, and it would lead to one of the worst unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 16-year-old Jasmine Beaver, and she was from Skegness in England. Jasmine was described as one of a kind. She was one of those people who could turn any frown upside down. She was a very bubbly, very outgoing person. Jasmine also suffered from something called Rapunzel syndrome, named after, of course, Rapunzel. It is where the person will compulsively chew and eat their own hair. I guess they also call it trichophagia. Jasmine was reported to be someone who would suck on her own hair and she would eat it and chew it, and she did this for years and years. In September of 2017, Jasmine fell just unexpectedly ill. And when she was at school one day, this illness just kind of took over and she collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. When she was brought there, she was basically unconscious and they had to revive her, which they managed to do and keep her awake for about 15 to 20 minutes. But unfortunately, their rescue attempts would end up failing. Jasmine Beaver would die there in the hospital. When they did the autopsy, they basically attributed her death to peritonitis. I guess it's basically an infection that would basically lead to the inflammation of tissues in the abdomen. And in her case, there was a hairball that formed in her stomach. The hairball became so large that it created an ulcer in her stomach, which then would lead to multiple organs in her body failing. And this is not a type of death that you really ever hear of. There was another case, I guess, that happened to another 15-year-old girl where she died basically from septic shock because of a hairball that developed that was over 2 pounds. Now, if detected early, this can actually be completely prevented because there are surgeries that they can do to have this stuff removed. But unfortunately for Jasmine, there just wasn't any symptoms that, gave any kind of indication of what was happening. And sadly, it led to her untimely death. I just hope that she didn't really feel much. Hello, true crimerers. I wanted to give you guys an update on the Barry Schmalbach disappearance. Click the comment to go back to my original video on this story. But Barry Schmalbach vanished on July 19th, 2023. According to his now ex-boyfriend, the last place Barry was seen was at Cruiser's Bar, and that is in Cape Coral, Florida. And he hasn't been seen since. This is Barry Schmalbach's ex-boyfriend. He was the one to call police a few days after the disappearance to report him missing. He claimed he saw Barry get into an Uber or maybe someone else's car after storming out of the bar after the two of them had an argument. But on a second call with police, he basically said, "I don't think there's anything urgent about his disappearance." Well, there are a couple of updates here. One, police have confirmed the last known location of Barry Schmalbach was not Cruiser's Bar, but in fact he was last seen at his own condo in Cape Coral, Florida. Now, his ex-boyfriend has been arrested, but not in connection with the disappearance. He was actually arrested because, like I stated in my video, he has a few warrants out for his arrest in other states, such as South Carolina. And that was because he had violated probation. But police have also confirmed that the last person to have seen him, Barry Schmalbach, was the boyfriend. And his name, by the way, is Christopher Davis. Around the time that he was arrested, there was basically an eviction notice put on the door of Barry's condo. Not for Barry, but for Christopher to leave the apartment. basically stating that he is no longer allowed in the apartment because he's not on the lease. And then he was basically arrested after that. And at a press conference, the Cape Coral police have said that they do suspect foul play in this disappearance. I think at first they were hopeful that maybe Barry just kind of disappeared on his own. But now that we're at a few weeks later with no sign of him, and based on the searches they've done, the interviews they've done, basically the ex-boyfriend giving off some pretty sketchy vibes, they have no choice but to believe that there is foul play here. The Cape Coral police have also said they do have a person of interest in this, but they have not released that individual's name. Police even stated that we think the initial phone call that the ex-boyfriend made was in fact willfully deceptive. Barry's friends and family are also all out there actively searching on foot and trying to find him. They are hopeful that he is still alive somewhere, but unfortunately there is a pretty strong chance that the ex-boyfriend did something to him. They did get into a fight that night, and he was trying to get him out of his life. But maybe I'll have positive updates soon. The search for a 10-year-old girl in St. Louis would end in a tragedy. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cassidy Senter. Viewer discretion is advised. Cassidy was born in Madison County, Missouri on June 9th, 1983. At the time of this story, she was a 5th grader at Garrett Elementary School, and that was in Hazelwood, Missouri. It was December 1st, 1993. Cassidy was 10 years old. She had gotten home from school that day, and then afterwards she was planning to walk to a friend's house to help that family put up Christmas lights. The friend's house was just 3 blocks away. Cassidy had this tiny little yellow alarm that would screech really loud. I guess it was like they called it a just-in-case alarm. Well, later that afternoon, neighbors in the area where the friend lived said they found a very loud screeching alarm. At the time, they didn't know who it belonged to or what the hell it was. So they basically buried it just to get the sound to stop. At approximately 5 p.m., Cassidy's mom calls the friend's house to say, how is Cassidy doing? But the friend's parents would say she never got here. So immediately, Cassidy was reported missing. Later that same night, I guess one of the neighbors in the area heard about this missing girl and that she was carrying this little yellow alarm. She was one of the neighbors who heard this alarm earlier in the day. So she goes to police with this information, and that just skyrockets this panic. And they think now something really horrible has happened. For the next several days, they are searching the area around St. Louis, and they cannot find anything, any trace of her. But the search would end 8 days after she vanished. In an alleyway near Prairie Avenue and Martin Luther King Drive, a little girl's body was found wrapped in a couple of comforters and also a shower curtain. It was confirmed to be the body of 10-year-old Cassidy Senter. Her autopsy would show that she was very likely beaten to death. They could not determine if she was sexually assaulted or not. Near her body were some tire tracks and some metal shavings that they would actually end up linking to a U-Haul truck. When canvassing the neighborhood where she disappeared, several people would say they saw a moving truck, a U-Haul truck, in the driveway of where this man lived, Thomas Brooks. Initially, his sister and another roommate who lived there said that he never even left the house that day and he had nothing to do with her murder. But then police confirmed that he did in fact rent a U-Haul truck. He even drove it to work, but nobody knew why he got it. They then search his home and they find a plethora of physical evidence that they forensically link to Cassidy Senter. Her blood, they also found fibers that matched the fibers found on her body. When confronted with all of this, he confessed. Cassidy was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was a predator. He was convicted and sentenced to death. He died of AIDS in 2000. Police in Hendersonville, Tennessee are asking for the public's help in trying to find a missing teenager. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Deneisah Goodner. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have a ton of information about this case, but it is something that literally just happened. So this is 17-year-old Deneisah Goodner, who lives in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Now, at the time of this story, she was working at Zaxby's in Madison, Tennessee. This is the location on 2228 Gallatin Pike North. Deneisah worked her shift that day at Zaxby's, And when she left, she was expected to be home sometime shortly after that. But she never got home, and she has not been seen from or heard from ever since. Deneisah is a black female, 17 years old, approximately 5 foot tall, about 98 pounds. She has black shoulder-length hair, and she has brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a pair of black pants, her blue Zaxby's uniform shirt, and a pair of black shoes. It has been a week, and her family just wants her home. I don't know if she was driving her own vehicle and or if that vehicle has ever been found. I don't know if they've done any cell phone pings or checked GPS or anything like that. I'm assuming they have, or they are currently working on it. The circumstances of her disappearance are just listed as unknown. They have not said if they feel that she is in danger or not. But ultimately, all that matters is she is a 17-year-old girl who has fallen off the face of the earth. And nobody can find her, and no one's heard from her. So if you have any information about the disappearance of Deneisah Goodner, please contact the Hendersonville Police Department at 615-822-1111 or the Hendersonville Crime Stoppers at 615-594-4113. They say you can also submit tips using the P3 Tips mobile application. I'm not sure what that is. But please help this family get their loved one home. You can always report anything you have anonymously. They don't need to know who you are. Hopefully she gets home soon.
Am I the a-hole for not telling my wife about all the hitchhikers I killed in the 70s?
I mean, probably maybe. I would, here's a positive note. One could maybe argue you perhaps may be more of an asshole for the murders, but not telling your wife would probably maybe be second place on the list of asshole. You know what? Actually, no, third place, because you are probably a little bit more of an asshole for not telling police over your wife. But third place, so top three at least in the rankings of why you may be an asshole. But mainly it's because of the murders. I would argue that might be the primary reason why you might be an asshole. Your wife sounds awful, though. Why is she up in your business? Just divorce her. But also maybe go to jail for the killing part. So. Who even are you people? How did I get stuck with you? Steven, just because you say spin doesn't mean we're gonna spin, idiot. Can't even enjoy this. Shut up! Stop enjoying yourselves. Shh. Oh my god, Persephone, it's water. Have you never heard of it before? Jesus, hi, welcome to Earth. This is so exciting. Wahoo, shut up. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's story took place at Six Flags Over Texas. It was March 1999. It took place on the very popular Roaring Rapids ride. At this particular park, this ride is located in the Tower area. Each raft will hold about 12 people as it goes throughout a Roaring Rapids simulation. Here's an overhead of what that ride actually looks like. It doesn't look as exciting when you see it from up top. But, at any rate, on March 21st, 1999, a 28-year-old woman who was visiting with her family from Arkansas, her name was Valeria Cartwright. Well, her and her family were on the ride. Everything went normal, everything was going great, they were having fun. Until about 150 to 200 feet or so before the end of the ride. And this is kind of what the end of the ride would look like. when all of a sudden the raft that they were on, and there were 12 people on board, it completely flipped and capsized. Now, this happened in what they described as waist-deep water. It was roughly 3 feet deep. And I don't know if you still are, but at least back then you were buckled into the ride. Pretty much everyone was able to unbuckle themselves, but for some reason Valeria's buckle would not come undone. And unfortunately, because the thing was tipped over, she was submerged in this, shallow amount of water. From what I understand, because of the chaos with 11 other people struggling to get out and people kind of swarming in, trying to figure out, who needed help, unfortunately, it was too late by the time they got to Valeria, and she ended up drowning, and she passed away. So allegedly what happened is that there are these rubber bladders, on the bottom of the raft to make it buoyant. Well, in this particular raft, they discovered that there was a severe loss of air in those bladders, which actually caused this raft to ride lower in the water. And because of the upstream pressure of the water, the cables that were connecting the raft to the track snapped. And it all caused the raft to completely flip. Valeria was a mother of a 7-year-old girl, and her daughter lost her mom that day. It would be determined that Six Flags, they were not responsible for the incident, but it was the people who maintained the rafts and the rubber bladders. So that company had to pay a settlement of $4 million to Six Flags. And even though Six Flags did not take responsibility for the incident, they still did a payout to the Cartwright family, specifically for Valeria's daughter. And that was in the sum of about $3 million, which actually, with being put into 3 different annuities, the payout would actually reach possibly up to $16 million. And while that's great, she still had to grow up without a mom. This incident has happened before at other theme parks as well. I would have hoped that, you would learn the lesson from the previous events that happened elsewhere, but I guess not. Police believe they know who did this, but there's nothing they can do. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Eric Shunk. Viewer discretion is advised. In 1983, Eric Shunk was an 8-year-old boy who lived in Kensington, Pennsylvania. It was February 17th, 1983. That day, his mom gave him 4 quarters to walk down to the shopping bag to purchase, a copybook for school. According to many witnesses, Eric got to the shopping bag, he made the purchase, he was actually a little short on money, but the cashier there just let him have it for the, less money. This is less than 2 blocks from his home. By the way, this is obviously a much different time. This is the 80s. People were a little more trusting of letting their kids walk down the street. It's because of stories like this as to why parents are a lot more, paranoid nowadays. But 30 minutes later, Eric did not come home. So they frantically began searching for him. They couldn't find him anywhere. He was reported missing, but it wouldn't take long to find him. The following morning, on top of a snowbank, I guess this is behind a candy store, they found the copybook that Eric had purchased, and there were a couple drops of blood. They begin to dig, and 6 inches underneath the snow, they found the body of 8-year-old Eric Shunk. He had been strangled to death. Eric was also the son of a police detective. So this was obviously a huge blow. So here's the thing. Police, I guess pretty quickly, tracked down 3 boys in the area. I don't know how old the 3 boys were, but they were, children. I'm guessing they had issues in the neighborhood, and so that's why they looked at these boys, and when they brought them in for questioning, one of those boys actually confessed to killing Eric. But because he was a child under the age of 18 and his parents were not present during that confession, police could not use it. So when they bring this boy back in with his parents, the boy now says, "I never confessed, I didn't do this, it wasn't me, it wasn't my friends." The police are sure that this boy and his two friends were definitely the likely killers of Eric. The police even think that that boy's mother, the one who confessed, they even think she knows he killed him. But why is not known. Now, because that boy essentially recanted his confession, and they had no physical evidence to connect him or the other two boys to this, no one has ever been arrested or charged with the murder of Eric Shunk. And so to this very day, Eric has not gotten justice. He just calmly walked out of the mall carrying a knife covered in blood. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Fiesta Mall stabbing. Viewer discretion is advised. The Fiesta Mall, which is now permanently closed, was in Mesa, Arizona. On March 30th, 2008, a man was in the mall doing some shopping. A 22-year-old man was shopping inside the Macy's when he walks past a guy. He kind of makes eye contact with him, a stranger, and then all of a sudden, the next thing he knows, there's a knife being stabbed into his neck. The man falls to the ground and says, "What are you doing this for? You don't know me." And then the assailant stabs him 3 more times in his shoulder. The man then flees from the mall, and the individual who was stabbed was thankfully able to recover, and he survived. Here's the kind of shitty part. Police did not release this information to the public. They wouldn't do so until a few hours before another stabbing happened in the exact same mall the next day. 31-year-old Isaiah Jackson was there at Fiesta Mall now on March 31st, 2008. He had gone into the men's room in one of the stores. Well, at some point that afternoon, a man just walks out of the mall. He walks past some employees who were smoking cigarettes outside, and they notice the man has a knife and it's covered in blood. They said this man had absolutely no emotion on his face. He seemed very calm, very chill. And when employees go into one of the men's room, they find the body of Isaiah Jackson. He had been stabbed to death. His assailant, 25-year-old Bernard E. Allen. Well, apparently he was just still there at the mall when the body was found and just calmly waiting for police. They would discover that he was the same man who stabbed the man the previous day, and he basically admitted to killing Isaiah Jackson. The employees at the mall were absolutely just blown away that they weren't told by police about the previous stabbing. The public was upset that no one told them. Maybe it would have, kept people on their guard, and maybe this wouldn't have happened. Who knows? Well, it turns out that Bernard had been suffering from schizophrenia. He also suffered from random blackouts and was seeing a psychiatrist for all these issues. He told police that he stabbed those 2 individuals because he felt they disrespected him, even though there were no reported interactions between any of them. I don't know too many details about his trial or what went on. I just know that he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Apparently, he's also had some issues while in prison. Multiple indecent exposures, obstructing staff, disobeying orders, horseplay, refusal to work, assault on inmates, prison contraband. Sounds like a gem. Yeah.
Oh, she's turning the kiddie pool into a shitty pool, I guess.
Oh, she's still fat and ugly and has a hair lip, I guess.
Hi Joshua, it looks like I got your video saved just in time because I see it's no longer there. I don't know if that's because you took it down or if someone reported it and it got taken down by TikTok. First of all, Joshua, you're no spring chicken. Is that a map of Australia on your chest? That particular creator, you made fun of her appearance, her weight. I'm mutuals with her, and I have seen many of her videos, and I have laughed at many of her videos. I've seen plenty of creators stitch similar videos to what she duetted with those really weird cooking things and say some pretty, off-the-cuff remarks and jokes about it. Funny how you want to pick her, though, to call her, what'd you say, fat? Ugly? Well, I'm fat too, Joshua. Yeah. Now, I have about 3 million followers here on my platform, and the majority of them are women. Yeah. Somewhere around 60% of my followers are female. 60% of 3 million is a lot, Joshua. And that particular creator also has a lot of followers. Golly gee, I sure hope they don't see this particular video. How sad of a person do you have to be? How low in your life do you have to be to go on a public platform and call a woman fat and ugly? And also make fun of something, a hair lip, you said? Are you jealous that she does this way, way better than you? I've seen your videos, Joshua. I didn't laugh a single time. Comedy is subjective, though, so maybe you have an audience of 100 or so people. Are you jealous and upset that a woman is doing way better than you at this? Are you upset that a woman is far funnier than you? Calling a woman who didn't do anything to you fat and ugly. Well, that reeks of desperation. What that tells me is you wanted attention. Well, here you go. Now, of course, you're allowed to speak your mind. Of course. You're just not free from the consequences of speaking your mind. I hope the backlash is fun, and I can just only hope that my female followers see this video. I imagine they'll have some words of advice for you. Yeah. Now, like I said, I'm fat. I ain't the prettiest boy in the world. Come at me. Make fun of me. Or are you too much of a coward and can only fat shame women on the internet? Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst animal attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. The Seychelles Islands is located off the eastern coast of Africa, and it consists of about 115 islands. It's definitely a part of the world that sees a lot of tourism, and it's pretty beautiful. Ian and Gemma Redmond had just gotten married in August of 2011. They would then take their honeymoon to the Seychelles. Early into their honeymoon, they would go to Anzlasio Beach. Apparently, it's not really known for having like a large shark population, but in the weeks after this incident took place, there had been recorded sightings of sharks. On this particular day, Ian was out snorkeling while Gemma was on the beach sunbathing. They said he was roughly 20 to 30 yards away from the shore. All of a sudden, Gemma says she heard her husband screaming for what she thought was like screaming for help. When she looked up, she saw her husband struggling in the water. It turned out that a shark had gotten hold of him. Gemma basically watched as she's screaming like, please go help, that's my husband, we just got married. And she's seeing her husband being thrashed about by a shark, screaming. And she said it's a scream that she will never ever forget. Then a small boat came by, and apparently the shark got scared off, or somehow the shark let go of Ian, and the people on the boat were able to pull Ian inside the boat. They would rush him to shore, but unfortunately, the 30-year-old man would be pronounced dead. He had been severely bitten by the shark. Now, apparently when they caught an image like this shark here, well, a month or so prior to the incident with Ian, another man had been attacked by a shark. And so knowing that these waters aren't heavily infested with sharks, normally they're wondering if they had like a rogue shark situation. But that shark has never been, captured or killed. And obviously with this being a really big tourist area, they still wanted to make sure that they didn't have, some shark roaming the waters attacking people. But ever since those attacks, it doesn't sound like there has been any more. And these were just very unfortunate freak attacks. They said that when Ian was attacked, someone had thought they saw a fin in the waters, but they weren't sure. Ian was just snorkeling. He wasn't doing anything to agitate any potential shark. And so no one really knows the circumstances that really led up to it. It just happened. And unfortunately, a very good man lost his life. At first, they tried to say it was just a freak accident, but the reality is it was actually due to negligence. Hello, true crimerers. This is the accidental death of Cameron Minchell. Viewer discretion is advised. Cameron was a 16-year-old boy who lived in Manchester in England. In early 2013, Cameron was given a government-approved apprenticeship and this was going to be working at Huntley Mount Engineering. Cameron was working there for a couple of weeks when on January 8th, 2013, a horrific accident occurred. Cameron was working on a CNC lathe machine, and I guess they gave Cameron a job to do which was reportedly pretty dangerous, which I guess was deburring and polishing by hand, and the safety mechanisms on the machine were overridden. Not only this, but they would give Cameron, work overalls, but the overalls they gave him were extremely ill-fitting. They were very loose on him. Very, very baggy. And apparently they're having this 16-year-old kid work on this machine as it's actively spinning at 2,800 revolutions per minute. And to make matters worse, they basically just left him alone unsupervised. The only warning they gave these kids when working on these machines, roll up your sleeves. That's it. Well, as Cameron was working on the machine, his overalls, baggy overalls, got caught inside the machine, and it basically immediately drug him into the machine. He went in head first, and I guess part of his torso. And all they said is that it caused catastrophic and lethal injuries to his head and his upper body. He was rushed to the hospital, but essentially there was no hope because he died very, very quickly after he arrived at the hospital. Half of his body was pulled through a piece of very heavy machinery that has a bunch of steel parts rotating at 2,800 revolutions a minute, and it just destroyed him. Now, the place where this happened was heavily fined, of course. They had to pay, I think, a grand total of £100,000. The company's director and then one of the supervisors, who was his son, they were actually both jailed. I believe he got 4 months in prison and he got 10 months in prison. And each of them had to pay £15,000 as well. They admitted that they had completely neglected this machinery, that they broke health and safety protocols, and that cost a 16-year-old boy his life in a very, very brutal way. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gary Gibson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case was actually featured on Unsolved Mysteries with my buddy Rob here. I call him Rob. We're friends. We're not. He's dead. But the case was actually pretty quickly solved afterwards. Gary Gibson was born on July 11th, 1953, and he lived in the Inglewood, California area. So this is basically in the greater Los Angeles area. Gary was one of 10 children. He was described as fun-loving, as being a very exciting person that everybody loved to be around. He was the best friend you could ask for. He was a loving husband, father, and a caring brother. He had a daughter named Andrea. His wife, Betty, unfortunately passed away in 1976. He got remarried and then had another daughter, and her name is Crystal. It was September 11th, 1991 at approximately 10 p.m. Gary was, walking towards his vehicle in a parking lot near a hotel, when all of a sudden, 3 men kind of just jumped out and charged at him. They showed guns and they proceeded to rob him. One of the men would rip the jewelry off of Gary's neck and then take whatever money he had in his wallet. One of them had a .38 caliber gun, and so Gary decided to grab at it, and there was like a fight with the gun. And then one of the men who was holding it pulled the trigger and shot Gary through his chest. Gary Gibson collapsed to the ground, and he would be pronounced dead when the ambulance arrived. The 3 men had already taken off. One of the men, whose name was Tyrone Woods III, whose photo I cannot find, apparently he was caught very quickly after this because he had been involved in another robbery, and he essentially confessed to being involved in Gary's murder. So then he would give his friends' names, Rashied Sims and John Thomas Horton. He said that Sims was actually the guy who pulled the trigger, but the 2 of them weren't able to be found right away. But thanks to tips from the Unsolved Mysteries airing, they were finally able to track the 2 men down. So all 3 men were charged with first-degree murder, and all 3 men would go on to be convicted. The only records I can find on any of them is of John Thomas Horton. He was first eligible for parole in 2014, and then according to the parole records, he was denied that parole. But then in March of 2023, just this year, he was granted parole. So John Thomas Horton is now out and about. I have been trying for like a couple hours now to find the inmate records for the other two men, but I cannot find them. I do see that in 2021, Rashid Sims had an appeal, but it looks like he lost it. But I don't know what his status is now.
Guys, today I am here in Gallatin, Tennessee at the scene of the crime where Grant Solomon was murdered.
This is WPI, where Grant spent his final moments. And it looked just like this that day, but it ended up down this hill.
So the truck went down this hill.
That's what his story is. Drug him the entire way across all this rough asphalt. See the rough asphalt?
Yeah, so he definitely would have had road rash from this type
it'd be
of...
horrible.
It would have been horrible.
Ripping you open.
These are giant rocks.
Those are quarry rocks.
These are huge rocks.
And then instead of the truck stopping, of course, it's supposed to have bounced back out with him still
And
attached.
that's a very deep... I mean, that would be very hard
Correct.
for a pickup truck to go all the way down that.
And still have him attached, right? He's been drugged, right? So he's still under it, attached as it goes out onto. This is the same silt. Might be a different mixture, but silt that you see behind the back right tire. Grant's goggles were about right here. Grant would have been about right here. Right here, laying flat on his back, this direction, and then slightly turned up on his hip that way. So he would have been, so the truck is straight.
Right.
And he would have been right here, straight back, 6'4", and then slightly turned up on his left hip just slightly, but not touching the truck because there were no burns.
You said the paramedic...
The paramedic had to look under to see Grant at all. No one could see him from any angle. Except maybe right there, which is where one of the employees here said they saw him. The paramedic couldn't see him. He had to come in and get him underneath. Saw that he could just pull Grant out, and they already had it jacked up.
Right.
The front right, the driver's side. They jacked it up and they boarded him and turned him and brought him out. Yeah,
So you're showing me where Aaron was. So this right here is where Grant laid. And this is where Aaron stood. So Aaron stood a very far distance away. And so you would also think, too, on a busy highway like this...
Somebody should have seen a white truck coming out of control at them.
Right. Exactly.
You don't forget that.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Lauren Conlon of Corruption in Tennessee. What happened to Grant Solomon? Grant would have been laying like that in the ditch. Grant had no road rash from being dragged on this pavement.
I feel like I'm getting a bruise just by laying here. We're actually in the ditch where Grant passed, and just laying on these rocks, placing myself carefully, I could feel myself getting bruises on my back just from laying here. So I'm having a really hard time, I guess, comprehending how he didn't have any injuries to his body by being dragged. It's physically impossible.
This car sat here for a week, and people had no idea the horror that laid inside. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Hannah Hill. Viewer discretion is advised. Hannah Hill was born in Akron, Ohio. She had no siblings. She grew up doing really, really well in school. Shortly before the story took place, she graduated from high school. She had her college picked out and was ready to go. But sadly, that would not get to happen. It was May 19th, 1999. Hannah was living at home with her parents. She had been living with her boyfriend, but they had a very back and forth and tumultuous relationship, hence why she moved out of the place with him and back with her parents, but they were still dating. Hannah got home that May 18th evening around 9 p.m. Then she would leave the house again around 10:30 p.m. She told her parents that she would be home just a little bit later, but that never happened. So the following afternoon, after she still hadn't gotten home, the parents reported her missing. But of course, like always, the police said, meh, she's 19. This is what they do. And they didn't take it seriously. Nor did police actually physically file the report. Hannah's car was found the next day. She was nowhere near it, and none of her belongings were inside. She got like a traffic ticket and a parking ticket put on it. Police were aware that this was her car. They still did nothing. But then after a week passed, they were like, okay, let's go to the car. They opened the trunk. Inside of it, 19-year-old Hannah Hill. She had been murdered. She was nude from the waist down. She was beaten, and she was strangled to death. The first person they go to is her on-again, off-again boyfriend. His name was Brad O'Born. When they interviewed him, he had scratches and bruises on him. He even said that he and Hannah had gone into an argument, I think the night before she disappeared. But they weren't able to actually connect him to her murder. When they went through phone records, they came across one person's name, Denny Ross. He was a friend of Hannah's. She had gone to parties with him. There was indications that they found that the two of them met that night, and he confirmed it. He said that she came to his apartment and she was very distraught, and she was sober. But police know that's not true because Hannah's blood alcohol level indicated she was drunk. He said that before she left, they kissed, but then she left his apartment around 1:30 a.m. Police searched his apartment, and outside of his apartment, they found a black trash bag, and inside it were Hannah's belongings, including her purse and her clothing items. So he was arrested and charged with her murder. But at his trial, there was an issue with one of the jurors. They told the jury information that was not presented at the trial. So because of that one juror, they declared a mistrial. Then they tried to say that double jeopardy would apply, and he couldn't be tried again. So for the next couple of years, this went back and forth with like state courts and federal courts. And finally they said, no, this does not work with double jeopardy. He can be tried. By the time his retrial would happen, he was already in prison for 25 years because he had sexually assaulted another woman and attempted to kill her. He did that in October of 2004. That victim said he assaulted her at knife point and basically performed the sexual assault on her. At one point, she actually pretended to black out as if she was dead, where she heard him say, "Oh fuck, she's dead. Not again." He had actually beaten her and strangled her, which is why she pretended to fake like she was dead. But that's the exact same thing that happened to Hannah. Beaten, strangled, sexually assaulted. So now he goes on trial for the murder of Hannah Hill. Finally, in 2012, 13 years after the murder of Hannah Hill, he went on trial, was found guilty, and sentenced to 19 years to life, on top of the 25-year sentence he was already serving. There is a very strong chance that he will never get out of prison, and one can only hope. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Hope Denise Hall. Viewer discretion is advised. Hope Denise Hall was born on August 17th, 1971, and she was born in Washington, D.C. When she was 3 years old, she ended up getting double pneumonia and kidney cancer. But later on, by about age 9 or 10, she was able to beat both, and she survived. She would later go on to graduate with honors from Virginia State University, and she had a career aspiration to eventually be an anchorwoman on television. By age 22, she's living in Petersburg City, Virginia, where she got a job at WWBT, an NBC affiliate, and she was at that point editing tapes. Again, with the goal of eventually moving up. She was also a very loving mother to a 3-year-old son named Robert. On July 11th, 1994, everything that she had been working hard for would come to a brutal end. She lived here in these apartments, and when no one could get a hold of her, they went to check on her. When they finally got inside her apartment, it was an absolute nightmare and a bloodbath. Hope had been brutally murdered. There was no forced entry on her door, and as a matter of fact, the door was locked. So they assumed that this was someone that had access to her apartment, someone she knew well. Inside, the house was kind of a mess. But nothing was really stolen. There were definitely indications that she had been sexually assaulted. There was a bloody handprint on the wall, but the prints were too smeared to get any kind of identification from them. They determined that she had been stabbed to death about 15 times and had her throat slit 3 times, all with knives from her own apartment. There was a knife found on the bed. There was a knife found behind the faucet handles of the sink, and the water was still running. There were 2 bent and bloody knives on her kitchen counter. Whoever did this to her absolutely ravaged her. There was a broken glass with blood on it. There were blood drops in the kitchen and throughout the apartment. The phone had been thrown onto the ground. The phone line was ripped from the wall and cut. And missing from the apartment was her 3-year-old son. But thankfully, police were able to find the young boy pretty quickly. He was actually with his father. Hope was no longer with her ex, but Robert would spend a lot of time with him throughout the summer. At first, they thought, well, you know, her door was locked, so this was someone she knew, so they suspected him at first. But he had an alibi. He was 2 hours away in his home, which was confirmed by numerous people. Now, a lot of the blood left behind at the crime scene was actually not Denise's, it was her killer's. So they would eventually run that DNA and tested it against her ex. It was not his. So, along with the father of her child, they also found, I guess, a current boyfriend of hers who apparently had a key to her apartment. You see, there was a witness who saw a younger black man running from her apartment on the night of the murder. That description was pretty much identical to the boyfriend that she had been seeing. But when they eventually got to the DNA portion of this, they ran his DNA against all of the blood DNA found at the house. It was not his either. He won't confirm this, but what police believe happened is that the boyfriend had gone into the apartment that night, but after Hope was murdered, saw that she had been brutally killed, and deciding he didn't want to be blamed for it, he closed the door, locked it with his key, and then took off, which explains why the door was locked. But at that point, they no longer believed he had anything to do with the murder. Neither did they have anything that they think that the father of the baby had anything to do with it either. But who would do this to her? Who on earth would brutally kill this loving mother? Well, it turns out it was someone that she didn't even know, and he didn't know her. This man here, 16-year-old Shermaine Johnson. Well, he had just been sent to prison. He had gotten a total of 100 years worth of time for the sexual assault of other women. Well, because he was now a federal prisoner, he had to provide his DNA. They ran that DNA throughout the Virginia system, and it was a match to the blood found at the murder scene of Denise Hall. He was her killer. It's believed he did the same thing he did with his previous sexual assault victims. He knocked on her apartment door, created some fake story to get inside, maybe get a glass of water, something. Hope, being the kind, generous person she was, let him in. And then he attacked her. He sexually assaulted her, stabbed her 15 times, and then cut her throat 3 more times. And then just left. So he was promptly arrested and charged with her murder. He would be convicted and sentenced to death. Then, many years later, it would go to the Court of Appeals, where they would overturn the death sentence for him, and then they would actually just re-sentence him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. You know, he's also serving the 100+ years for the other crimes he committed, so the odds of this man ever getting out of prison obviously are 0. So he will never be able to hurt anyone ever again.
Take the first letter of their first name and immediately pictured killing them with...
Dane, I took your advice, and the second time I met my new coworker, I told them, "Hi, javelin to the jugular, Josephine." I said it out loud, Dane. I said it out loud, and now the arraignment's on Friday. Oh, forget. Anyway, I'm going to have to plead not guilty by reason of temporary insanity, but I'm looking at 25 to life now. And now I live in a place where I can't have shoelaces, so... Authorities in Georgia are asking for the public's help in locating a missing mother of 4. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Imani Roberson. Viewer discretion is advised. Imani is a 29-year-old married mother of 4 children, which includes a 1-month-old baby. On Sunday, July 16th, 2023, Imani and her children were over at her mother's house for a Sunday dinner. Imani and 2 of her children left the house to go back to their home. I guess the other 2 kids stayed back with their grandma. And I believe this is in Conyers, Georgia. But ever since then, Imani has not been seen by anyone. From what I understand, the 2 children that she was with have been found safe. I'm just not 100% sure, at the time of me filming this video at least, of where they were located, if maybe they were at her house. because I believe there is indication that she did get home that night. I also don't 100% know where her husband was during all of this or what his status is now. That being said, the police there are stating that if anyone can come forward who had spoken to her husband or her 2 children, if they could come forward. But they're not releasing a lot of like super detailed information. So at any rate, after some time, the mother tried calling her, but she couldn't reach Imani. She, I guess, couldn't reach anyone. So eventually she would contact the police to report her missing. The police would go to Imani's home, where they did not find her or her vehicle. Imani drives this white Mazda SUV. They would eventually find her car on July 19th, but she was nowhere near it. Her car, alarmingly, was found completely charred in South Fulton County. It appeared to have been burned from the inside out, so this was likely a deliberate act. I don't have a photo of the vehicle, but these are the char marks that the fire left behind, and this is the road where it was found on. But she was not in the vehicle. Apparently, they knew to search the Atlanta and South Fulton areas after doing a search warrant in her home before the car was found, but again, I don't know what information led them to go there. Another alarming piece of information came from Imani's father. Allegedly, there was a house across the street from her that had a Ring camera, and there was footage from around the time she would have gone missing. Apparently, you can hear a gunshot, and then you see Imani's vehicle speeding away from the house. This may be why her 2 children were possibly at the house then. But who was in the car, it's not known. Imani's body wasn't found in the house, nor do they even know if she's actually deceased or not. They are holding out hope that she is still alive and out there somewhere. If you have any information about the disappearance of Imani Roberson, please call 770-278-8156. Hello, true crimerers. I have an unfortunate update on a case I covered several days back, the disappearance of Imani Roberson from Conyers, Georgia. Imani has been found. Unfortunately, she was found deceased. You can click the comment if you want to see the full story. She had been missing for about 3 weeks before her remains were found. They had discovered her burned out vehicle, and then I guess she herself was located near where her vehicle was found, but not at the same time. Like this, she was found sometime afterwards. This was roughly 25 or so miles from where she lived. She had gone to dinner at her mom's house with her 4 kids. She left 2 of the kids there at the house with the grandparents. And then Imani took the other 2 kids and dropped them off at their father's place. And then she vanished. There were, I guess, a report that they looked at some doorbell footage from a neighbor that there was a gunshot sound coming from Imani's home. And then you saw her vehicle basically speeding away. Well, police have now announced they have made an arrest in the murder of Imani Roberson. That would be her estranged husband, Donnell Anderson. At the press conference, they also announced that there was, in fact, blood found inside Imani's home, and that they knew pretty early on that foul play was likely involved here. But, you have to keep a lot of stuff, close and not reveal too much to the public, because that can only hinder an investigation if you are narrowing in on one suspect, because you want them to reveal information that hadn't been put out there in the news. He has been charged with felony murder, malice murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm. Police have stated that the investigation is still going and there could be more charges eventually placed on him. They almost kind of hinted that there may be someone else involved, but they're not saying it outright. They just said if they find out that someone else is involved, that rest assured there will be more arrests made. The circumstances, the why, the how isn't totally known at this point. By the way, all 4 of her children are safe and are with the grandparents now. But I just wish there was a more positive outcome to this. but at least they have the person responsible. And I hope he pays. Hello, true crimerers. Yes, if I had just clicked on one more freaking article, I would have seen that. So thank you for commenting this. I have like 8 tabs open right now with like different cases I'm looking at, so yeah, I got some stuff jumbled here. But yes, there was a second arrest made in connection with the now murder of Imani Roberson. That would be 28-year-old Cedarius Glaze. He is the brother-in-law to Donnell Anderson. Apparently, Cedarius played a very large role in hiding the body. He's been charged with tampering with evidence, concealment of a body, and arson. So officially now there are 2 people arrested for this. Donnell Anderson, Cedarius Glaze. I don't know how soon like any potential trials are going to take place, and I don't know if any of them have pleaded anything yet, like guilty or not guilty. And by the way, just to clarify, Donnell Anderson is the father of the children for which she dropped the kids off that night. So they are safe and they are away from, obviously, him, and they are with her family at this point.
Shame on you, old man. Shame on you. Shame!
This Game of Thrones reboot is just not it. It's just not it. I mean, there's not even any boobs in this, am I right? There's no one here. Also, I'm gay. An unrelated car accident would lead to another man's decapitation. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst freak accidents, and this is the case of Fabian Zepeda. Viewer discretion is advised. 27-year-old Fabian Zepeda was a motorcycle rider. On April 11th, 2017, he was riding his motorcycle in San Bernardino, California. Unbeknownst to him, a series of events was occurring just minutes before he would reach this destination. A man driving a Ford Taurus was driving south on Adams Street. Somehow, someway, he lost control of the car. He hits a mailbox and then drives through someone's front yard. The car continued down Adams Street, apparently out of the driver's control, and he smashed into a utility pole, which then broke that pole and caused it to collapse. This meant that the wires were now hanging fairly low on the street. As that is basically happening, Fabian is on his motorcycle driving down the road. He was riding at the speed limit, and then at 9:10 a.m., because all of this happened so fast, Fabian drove directly through the collapsed wire. It came into contact with his neck, and it decapitated him. Obviously, he died instantly. And you can see in the background the vehicle that hit the pole. I don't know if he was completely decapitated or if it was like a partial situation or if it was more of like an internal decapitation. All I know is that they said he was killed the moment it happened. You know, all of this happened so fast that he didn't really have time to process. Like, he didn't even know what was going on. That's how quick it all happened. From what I understand, the driver of the vehicle, they said, did not appear to be intoxicated, and all I can see is that he was not charged with anything or brought into custody that day or anything like that. I don't really see any more updates on this story since it initially came out. Fabian had just recently married his wife. He was described as a very loving and caring young man. He was a son, a husband, a brother, and an amazing friend. And sadly, just a few months prior to this, they found out that they were having their first baby. And then a couple months later, this horrific tragedy happened. And just so it's clear, Fabian did not do anything wrong. He was not intoxicated. He was going the speed limit. Unfortunately, this was just a horrific series of unfortunate events. Hello, true crimerers. The Lady of the Dunes case has officially been solved. Viewer discretion is advised. Just click the comment and follow the comments back to get to the original story. Up until October of 2022, the Lady of the Dunes murder victim in Massachusetts was one of the oldest unidentified victims of that state. But in October of 2022, she was finally identified. The victim's name was Ruth Marie Terry. Her body was found on July 26, 1974. And despite them putting out, at least back then, a more composite style drawing of what she would have looked like, no one was ever able to identify her. But once she was identified, police investigators then started to dig into her life. That's when they discovered this man, Guy Rockwell Moldavan. He was born in 1923, and over the decades, he went by multiple different names. The investigators would learn that he married Ruth Marie Terry back in 1973, possibly 1974. It didn't sound like many of Ruth's direct family members really knew about this marriage. But the investigators discovered that shortly after their marriage, they were vacationing in Cape Cod. And that is where she would meet her untimely end. And this was roughly 5 or 6 months after they got married. She also, allegedly, was not the first victim of Mr. Moldavan. In Seattle, Washington, in the early 60s, 2 women would go missing. He was known as Guy Rockwell back then, and the 2 women who went missing were his then wife and his stepdaughter. When police went to investigate the missing persons, they found what they said were human remains inside the septic tank on their property. But before they could question Guy and arrest him or whatever, he basically fled. And then obviously he went on to marry Ruth, and then went on to kill her. Sometime afterwards, he was arrested in New York. He was only charged with unlawful flight to avoid giving testimony relating to this, to that potential double homicide. But he was never actually charged with their murders. He was charged with fraud as well, and he did serve some time for that. Raoul Guy Rockwell Moldavan, he also went by that name. Well, unfortunately, he will not ever face any justice for any of these murders. Because in 2002, in California, he died. So he quite literally got away with the murder of at least 3 people. And by the way, the couple of people who knew Ruth, that knew married Guy, well, Guy had told them that she had passed away on their vacation. So no one ever thought anything of it, I guess. It's all very bizarre, but, at least her family knows that he can no longer hurt anyone ever again. Police in St. Louis, Missouri are asking for the public's help in trying to locate a missing 16-year-old girl. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Juliana Lewis. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't have a ton of information about Juliana, but she was reported missing on August 22nd, 2023. She was last seen in her home in Afton, Missouri. According to her family, they have reason to believe that Juliana may have met someone through the Monkey app. I've never personally heard of this app before, but I guess it's an app where you have random video conversations with strangers. And so they believe that she may have met someone in person that she met from this app. They said that Juliana's social media apps have since been deleted, which her family says she's never done that before ever. And that would be extremely unusual for her to do. Unfortunately, Juliana does not have a cell phone that they're aware of. So they can't track or ping a cell phone. But unfortunately, that is it. That is all the information I have on this. I don't know if the police are stating that they believe she's in danger or not, but I have to believe they believe that. Juliana Lewis is 16 years old. One of the flyers states that she is biracial. She's 4'10", 120 pounds. She's got brown eyes and black hair. And she does have a tattoo on her forearm. She was last seen wearing a blue shirt and black shorts. Juliana also has a medical condition which requires medication to be taken every single day, and her doctor stated that if she does not take that medication, her blood pressure will skyrocket. And from what I understand, her medication is at home. Her family just wants her home and wants her home safely. If you have any information about the disappearance of Juliana Lewis, please contact 314-332-7153. Juliana, if you see this and you are okay, you need to reach out to your family immediately. Please help bring Juliana Lewis home. Just a few hours ago, a woman was shot and killed over a pride flag. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of Lauri Carelton. Viewer discretion is advised. 66-year-old Laura Carelton, who would go by Lauri, she was the owner of a shop called Magpie. I guess it's like a clothing shop, and it's located in the Lake Arrowhead area of the San Bernardino Mountains in California. Lauri was not a member of the LGBTQIA+, but she was an ally. She was described, though, as an unwavering supporter of the LGBTQIA+. She was dedicated to making sure that her stores, because she owned 2 of them, were safe places for the community. She was inclusive to everybody. And one quote I read said that she just touched so many lives. Lauri was also very proud to fly the pride flag outside of her store to show that she supports the community, that they are welcome in her place of business. But as we all know, some people out there don't like that, don't like inclusivity. They don't like it when a certain community is given any kind of support. They don't like it when a certain community is welcomed. They don't like it when a certain community gets more attention than them. These same people just don't seem to understand that there are actual people out there, human beings, who value actually everyone. They don't understand why everyone should be treated equally. These are people who are scared of colors, scared of people who aren't like them. And what do those people do in response, to the people they don't understand or they don't like? Well, sometimes they just kill them. Because one man this very evening approached Lauri Carelton at her store. He made what they described as very disparaging remarks about the flag that she flew outside of her store, and disparaging remarks about the LGBTQIA+ community. So he pulled out a gun and he shot the 66-year-old woman. He killed her. He killed her over a pride flag. He killed her because she was an ally. He killed her because she supported the community. He killed her because she actually had love in her heart for everybody. He killed her because he somehow thinks that the LGBTQIA+ has anything to do with him, that somehow we affect his life in some kind of negative way. He killed her because he's a coward, just like the rest of you who think like him. Police were called sometime around 5 p.m. They found the shooter about a mile away from the store, and they fired several bullets into him. He's dead tonight too, and I will not lose any sleep over it. Thank you, Lauri, for being who you were. A young man is killed by his own family member, and the rest of his family is just wanting justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jordan Wilson. Viewer discretion is advised. Jordan Elijah Dwayne Wilson was born on December 21st, 2007, and he lived in Macon, Georgia with his brother and 2 sisters. His family said that Jordan had a smile that would illuminate the world. He was well-mannered and extremely respectful and always wanted to make sure he was helping others. They said that Jordan was destined for greatness. He was an honor roll student, and he had an incredibly bright future ahead of him. He was caring and compassionate. He loved his sisters, and he loved his brother. His brother is actually a musician, and he loved helping him with his music and listening to his music. He loved playing video games. He loved being a kid. And he aspired to eventually become a young entrepreneur. But sadly, Jordan Wilson will be forever 15. This summer, 2023, he would leave Macon, Georgia to visit his family to Osceola, which is in Arkansas. And that's where his paternal grandmother was. But on June 29th, 2023, the 15-year-old boy was shot in the head by his cousin. And nobody from the family who lived there told his mom. His mother, Yatrice Jones, was only notified by text. But not that Jordan was deceased, just that he was gone. That's what the grandma had texted her. There were many adults at this house when Jordan was killed, but not one of them told the mother. Jordan was taken to, a crime lab, and she wasn't even allowed to go see her son, not even to identify him. Well, they would come to find out that he was shot and killed by his 18-year-old cousin, Moses Black. He and the grandparents claimed it was just an accident. If it was an accident, Yatrice says, and this is extremely true, if it was an accident, why didn't you notify her immediately? Why didn't you tell her the truth? That her son was dead. Something fishier seems to be in play here, and Yatrice just wants to know the truth. The 18-year-old was arrested and he has been charged with manslaughter, and also 2 counts of endangering the welfare of a child. And, it's great that he's behind bars, but they feel, at least the mom feels, that more people should be arrested for this, and I agree. Yatrice has since found out that there were multiple people basically just trampling through the crime scene, immediately after this happened. And so much time passed that evidence could have been thrown away or damaged. And the very fact that the adults in this situation didn't even tell anyone, that's basically accessory after the fact. Hopefully, the authorities there in Arkansas will do the right thing. But in the meantime, they had to lay the 15-year-old boy to rest. He doesn't get to graduate high school. He doesn't get to start a business at a young age. He doesn't get to learn to drive. Doesn't get to go to prom. He doesn't get to live. Yatrice has started a GoFundMe for Jordan with regards to legal fees, because it's going to probably cost a lot of money. I will link this in the link tree in my bio if anyone is willing to help. And hopefully Jordan Wilson gets all of the justice that he rightfully deserves. First he got stuck, and then he got burned in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 19-year-old Cody Caldwell. He was described as a decent guy, but he had a recent string of bad luck, and apparently this would lead him to burglary. This particular story took place in Huron, California, and it happened here in this home, and it was November of 2015. I guess Cody had realized that the owners of the home, whom he did not know, were gone. As a matter of fact, they were on vacation. Cody decided to take the opportunity to break into the home to steal. He decided to enter through the chimney, and he got stuck. He had gotten pretty far down the chimney when he just got wedged and he could no longer move. And with nobody home, he was just stuck. That is already a claustrophobic nightmare for me personally. I've covered a few cases just like this. But this one has an added element, because the following day, the owners of the house came home. Cody was probably trying to stay quiet so that they wouldn't catch him. It being November and it being a little chilly outside, that's when they lit a fire. Once the fire basically got going, they heard screaming coming from inside their chimney. The screaming of a man, which in its own right is probably a terrifying thing to hear. Pretty much right away after they heard the screaming, they put the fire out and they could see a young man stuck in the chimney. So they called the fire department. They could not get him out, just by pulling him out. So they had to break down the outer wall of the chimney. Cody had severe burns on his body because he was pretty close to the fire when they lit it. And unbelievably at this point, he was actually still alive and kind of moving. But after a few minutes of trying to safely get him out, it was too late. Cody Caldwell had died. The 19-year-old died from burns to his body, as well as some pretty extreme smoke inhalation. When they interviewed the homeowner, they reiterated that we had absolutely no clue that someone was in our chimney. He made no sounds whatsoever. And that's why they think that he was trying to stay quiet so he wouldn't get caught. Maybe he could find his way out. I don't know exactly how long he was in that chimney though, but it was at least overnight. Not only did they hear screaming when they lit the fire, but their entire house began to fill with smoke. This is just like a horror story in so many different ways. Don't go into chimneys, folks. Like ever. Oh, Jesus. He said the devil told him to do it. Right. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lauren Landavazo. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of the story, Lauren was a 13-year-old girl who attended middle school. She was in the 8th grade. And she attended McNeil Middle School. And this was in Wichita Falls, Texas. It was September 2nd, 2016. School had just gotten out, and Lauren was going to be walking home. And as she usually did, Lauren was walking with her friend, Michaela Smith. At one point during their walk, they would go down an alleyway, when suddenly a man driving an SUV kind of stopped by the alley and pulled out a rifle. And he just shot Lauren and Michaela. He fired off about 15 rounds. Michaela was struck by a bullet, and she would be hospitalized but survived. Sadly, Lauren was also shot, but she would not survive. She would be pronounced dead shortly after it happened. And this is actually the location of where it happened. So police were able to get a description of the man and a description of his vehicle from Michaela. So they put out an APB for this vehicle. 2 days later, they find the vehicle thanks to a tip. As a matter of fact, this man had driven to the memorial of where the shooting happened, and that's how the tip came in. So police tracked the vehicle down, and there was a person inside. This fucking creep. 20-year-old Cody Lott. He was brought in for questioning, and when they brought up the murder of Lauren, he confessed. He said he shot the two girls after speaking with the devil. He said this was a planned event because he and the devil talked about it. And Satan gave him the go-ahead. There were also rumors that he had shot the two girls because he did not like black people. And he was upset that Lauren was walking with, a black teenager. But they could not prove anything to go with that. Lauren had a boyfriend. What police discovered was that Cody apparently was jealous of this boyfriend. And so she was targeted for that reason. It really seemed like he was really trying to build up like this kind of insanity thing, which is what he would end up using in court. His defense team said, well, he's clearly crazy. He talked to the devil said to do it. But the jury didn't really buy that. The prosecution proved that he knew exactly what he was doing and he did plan it. For what reason, really? Who truly knows? He was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years to life, plus 20 years for the assault of Michaela. Police in Kingsport, Tennessee are asking for the public's help in trying to find a missing mother. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Layla Santanello. Viewer discretion is advised. Layla is the 20-year-old mother to a 2-year-old daughter. In June of this year, 2023, Layla vanished. The 20-year-old was last seen on June 27, 2023. Allegedly, there is CCTV footage of her near the AmeriCorps Hotel in Kingsport. But in terms of physical, visual evidence that they have, that's it. Layla's family says that she has gone times of going maybe 2-3 days without saying anything to anyone or calling or texting. That she, kind of sort of fell off the grid for a few days. But you can always still get a hold of her if it's an emergency. But this is different. They haven't heard from her, seen her, anything since June, and it's now August of 2023. Layla's dad said, something is wrong, something is off, this does not feel right. And they kind of are fearing that something may have happened to Layla. Police have been trying to pull up any CCTV footage they may have from businesses in the area where she was last seen. But from what I understand, or at least they haven't said anything publicly, is that they have had no luck. So I guess what they have said is that the last confirmed sighting of her was at 2003 North Eastman Road. So now police have brought in other agencies like the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, who I know there are some issues with, because that's the same people also potentially involved in the Grant Solomon thing. So hopefully they're doing their due diligence here. But they have set up, basically a search grid. They have searched all around the businesses where she was last seen. They then have branched into, I guess, the wooded areas surrounding those businesses. And they're like doing like 300, 400 acres worth of searching. They have utilized scent dogs. They have used drones, which I guess some of these drones can detect stuff underwater. But the fact of the matter is she is missing still. Layla is 4 foot 10 inches tall. She's about 135 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. This thing says she was last seen behind the Marble Slab in Kingsport. I believe that's an ice cream place. There seems to be a lot of like last sightings of her. She was reportedly wearing black leggings, a white tank top, and I guess no shoes. So if you have any information about the disappearance of Layla Santanello from Kingsport, Tennessee, please contact 423-246-9111 or 423-229-9429, and you can report your information anonymously. Her 2-year-old daughter needs her home. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst freak accident by animal. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 47-year-old Randy Yanis. He was a resident of Kailua in Hawaii. He was a very experienced fisherman, and he absolutely loved doing this. That is him right there in the red shorts. Randy had a wife and 2 children. His friends said he was most known for his aloha spirit. Despite his like kind of tough exterior, he really was just like this gentle man. He was an extremely generous person, and he worked every single day to make sure his family was well taken care of. They said that there was no such thing as a stranger to Randy. If he saw you on the street, he would just start talking to you. And then they said that at the end of that conversation, he would invite you to a barbecue. He would give you the shirt off his back, and he would give you $50 if he needed it, even if it was the only $50 he had. Unfortunately, his life would end in a tragic way. It was May of 2015, and Randy was on his boat here at the Hanakahau Harbor when he saw a swordfish in the water. Randy knew how valuable swordfish meat was, and that it could get him quite a few bucks. Where he spotted this swordfish was actually really rare, so this was not something he was expecting to see. Randy would dive into the water and he would spear the fish. But then the spear line became entangled with the boat's mooring line. This caused the swordfish to basically spin round and round. They said it was like a tetherball going around the pole. All of a sudden, the swordfish, which was approximately 4 to 6 feet in length, it spun the opposite direction very rapidly. And when it did so, it went directly into Randy. And the sword portion, if you will, impaled Randy directly through his chest. No one had enough of a visual to see if this was literally caused by the rapid, uncontrollable spinning, or if the swordfish had managed to spin itself the opposite direction and attack. They say that this type of swordfish is prone to fits of rage, in particular after they are hooked or speared. They're called the gladiators of the sea. I mean, these guys have even attacked boats before. But in this instance, it does sound like it was more of a freak accident because of the rapidly spinning line, and all because it got entangled with everything. Randy had severe internal injuries in his chest near his heart, and unfortunately he would be pronounced deceased. Randy was a good man. He was just trying to make an honest living, but unfortunately died in a way that he probably could not have even predicted. Hi, welcome to my backup account. Let's play with some filters. How rizzed am I? What does that even mean? What's rizzed? Oh, I'm a shy riz. That's great. Oh god, who's calling me? I can't be bothered. No shit, I gotta put my wash in the dryer. Whoa! Okay, hi, kiss, marry, kill. Let's see. Eminem. What's my true calling? Oh god, I hope it's something. Mafia boss. Ooh, I get to kill some people. Alright, how's 2023 gonna end for me? Hopefully at the business end of a meteor. With twin babies? Bitch, with who? I can't get no When pregnant, I'm a homosexual. Am I going to adopt? No. Pass. You can give them to somebody else. It's fine. How beautiful are you? Yeah. Obvious. How crazy are you? I just ate a gerbil's toe. Perfectly sane! Question but question? What does that mean? Oh, okay. Sassy but classy. Yeah, kind of. I swear to God, if Chris Farley pops up in this, I'm gonna punch my own tits. Amelia Clark, Kris Jenner, and Zendaya. Zendaya? Isn't that bitch the mother of dragons? She went crazy. Well, guess it fits. Okay. What is my gangster rank? Should be pretty high. Grinder? Because I'm gay, you motherfucker. Look, I'm Howie Mandel. What? This Christmas, I want sunglasses for never leaving the house. A break, I'll get coal. Go fuck. Oh, Jesus, you do not want to know my search history with true crime. God, I'm your arrested. Where are my drafts on TikTok? Do you think I'm really stupid? Look, I'm tapping my foot because I'm nervous because I murdered a guy. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. What's my face age? This should be definitely flattering, I'm sure. Immediately, I hate you. Yeah, so. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Isaiah Hale. Viewer discretion is advised. Isaiah Hale was born on May 5th, 1981 in Ohio. At the time of this case, he was a 17-year-old senior at South Point High School. He also had 2 sisters and a brother. Isaiah's friends and family described him as the type of person who would always try to make you smile. He had a very infectious personality. He was also known as the mischievous one of his friends group, but people never could stay mad at him just because of how, likable he was. He was kind of described as like a young hippie. They said that he, even though he was only 17, he was able to charm his way into bars so that he could drink. But suddenly, in March of 1999, Isaiah would just go missing. At the time, he was living in the Huntington, Ohio area, and I guess he lived with some friends. When he did not come home, his friends assumed that he had gone to his dad's house. His dad was known as a recluse, kind of a hermit. He did not like visitors, so they were a little hesitant to go to that house to see if he was there. But once they figured out he wasn't there, that's when they informed the parents. And so he was reported missing, and they searched the entire area for him for about a week. They even offered a $20,000 reward for any information that would lead to finding him. But they would find him in Proctorville, Ohio. They found his badly beaten, deceased body off County Road 519, just outside of Proctorville. Based on the state of his body, they believed he likely was killed the day he went missing, which was March 16th, 1999. Isaiah's body had cash next to it, as well as drugs. And before anyone asks, was it a drug overdose or anything like that, they confirmed that his death was certainly a homicide. He had been beaten very badly. However, they have never found any information that would lead them to a suspect. I'm sure they've interviewed and investigated known drug people in this community. I think they interviewed people at some of the bars he would frequent, as well as the friends he lived with, people in his life, but they never came up with anything. The likelihood is that he was murdered over drugs, possibly money. But the fact that drugs and money were found next to him kind of begs the question, was it really for that? The honest truth is no one knows. From what it sounds like, he was also gay. So there is speculation that this could have been a hate crime as well. But again, they've found no leads from that. Sadly, in 2013, his mother passed away without ever knowing what happened to him. And it's still unsolved. If you have information, please contact Proctorville, Ohio Police. He looks like a normal young dude, right? Normal except for the fact that he's been wanted for a triple homicide for 29 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Leathers Oil Company murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This is 20-year-old Tyrone Fees, and he was from Gresham, Oregon. Tyrone was a station manager here at the Leathers Oil Company in Gresham. But in August of 1993, he got caught stealing about $30 from the company. So his boss let him go, and he returned the $30. And he kind of went his merry way, and all seemed to just go back to normal. Until January of 1994. It was the early morning hours of January 17th, 1994. A customer would walk into the Leathers Oil Company, and they found a very gruesome sight. 3 women who worked at the gas station were murdered inside. Virginia K. Endicott, Rosalie Faye Gertz, and Mary Beth Carey. They were found in the storage garage of the gas station, both with bullet holes to the backs of their head. It appeared all 3 had been shot execution style. They also determined that $9,000 in cash was missing from the station. At the time of the murders, law enforcement didn't really know about Tyrone. But then they got a tip about a month after the murders that he was probably involved. They said how he had stolen money from them before, how he was fired. Through that tip, they found out that 2 other people were involved. I don't have very good photos of them. These are the only ones I could find from a news clip. But 20-year-old Lawrence Scherf and 23-year-old Lori Stevens. Lori would confess that she was basically the getaway driver that night. When she went to the gas station with the 2 men, she didn't know there was plans to murder people. For whatever reason, she said Lawrence Scherf decided to stay in the car as well. So both he and Lori were arrested and charged with murder. They both took a plea deal. In return, they would have to testify against Tyrone once they arrested him. So both of them were sentenced to 10 years, which they both served and have since been released. However, Tyrone Fees has never been located. There were rumors that he fled to Idaho, but it's been 29 years and he's still never been caught. This case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries, but it really didn't lead to any tips. And the police in Oregon are still searching for him. And so if anybody knows the location of Tyrone Fees, you need to tell the police immediately. He is wanted for a triple homicide and he is dangerous. This is an age progression photo of what he may kind of look like today. He would actually be 50 years old today. If you know his whereabouts, please call 503-618-2719. This is the strangest, most what the fuck death I've ever heard in my entire life. Hello, true crimerers. This is Worst Unusual Deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. This story took place in Okazaki, Japan. On January 18th, 2013, 23-year-old Takuya Nagaya, when he was at his parents' house that day, he just suddenly got on the ground, and they said violently began to slither around on the ground like he was a snake, and he was saying, "I am a snake." Takuya's mother became very concerned for his well-being, so she called out to his dad. They believed their son was possessed by a snake. So his father got the idea of basically trying anything to get the snake out of his son. He said, quote, "I did this to drive it out of my son." He began to headbutt his son, who was on the ground slithering like a snake. He then started to bite his son to, I guess, bite out the, I don't know. He would repeat this beating and biting and headbutting for 2 days, all in order to exorcise this demonic snake from his son's body. When shockingly, after 2 days of this, his son didn't wake up. So he was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. The 53-year-old father, Katsumi Nagaya, was then arrested. I know at one point they were going to run mental health exams on the father to see if he was even of sound mind, but it sounds like the mother backed up this story. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to them, though. There doesn't seem to be much of an update. I think some people may speculate that maybe they just killed their son and then they made up this crazy story in order to justify it, but there's no confirmation of that either. All we have is the father and the mother, both who have said their son was possessed by a snake, and so they beat the snake out of him. I don't know if I've ever talked about anything this bizarre before. Rest in peace, though. Yeah. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and it is the case of Toni Fisher. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happened on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation, which I guess is in the Lame Deer, Montana area. Toni Fisher was born on November 5th, 1981, and she lived her entire life on the reservation. She grew up becoming very involved in the tradition, and tradition is something that was very, very important to her. She was described as humble, positive, she was kind. She was a social butterfly. She also loved being out in nature. She enjoyed fishing. But most importantly, she was a mother, and she loved her children. She had boyfriends before, and I think she was even married at one point. But at the time of this story, she was living with this man, Randy Lee Littlebird. Both he and Toni at the time of this story were 36 years old. On February 4th, 2018, the police would be called because there was a deceased body in his home, and it was that of Toni Fisher. Toni was lying on the ground and she had a rope near her. He told police that she did it to herself, she hung herself. But shortly after being detained, he would end up just confessing. The night before, the night that she was killed, she and Randy had both been drinking. Randy has an issue with domestic violence. He had been violent with previous girlfriends. He had actually been convicted 4 different times for it. He then just says that at some point, he tied up Toni's ankles, and then he took a rope and he put it around her neck and he strangled her until she was dead. He said some kind of argument they had just spurned this decision for him. Apparently neighbors at one point in the evening heard Toni screaming, "No, Randy, don't. But I guess no one did anything about that. I guess no one was alarmed by it. The coroner also determined that she had multiple blunt force trauma injuries to her body. So he had also beat her. He put her through hell. So Randy was promptly arrested and he was charged with her murder. He would end up being convicted of second-degree murder and domestic abuse, and he received a 25-year sentence plus 5 years of supervised release. I don't know why people who murder someone ever get to see the light of day again, but here we are. Because he took away a wonderful person, a wonderful mother. Perfect? No, who is? Her kids deserved to grow up with her as a mom. But Randy decided she doesn't get to do that. Drop the soap, Randy. She sent a text to her dad stating, "I'll be home shortly." She never got home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lisa Hummel. Viewer discretion is advised. Lisa Hummel was a 17-year-old girl who lived in Skövde in Sweden. In the summer of 2015, she got a job working at a cafe in Blomberg. On June 7th, 2015, she was working a shift there at the cafe, and she got off work sometime kind of early in the evening. She sent a text message to her dad at 6:23 p.m. stating that she was on her way home. She had a little moped that she was going to be driving back. But after a certain amount of time, when she should have been home, her father became very worried when she didn't come home. So he got into his vehicle and he went back to the cafe. When he got there, he found her moped and the keys were in the ignition. He, along with one of her bosses, would search the entire area of the cafe, but they could not find her. They tried calling and texting, but no one got any responses. So at 9:47 p.m., they called police and reported her missing. Police and volunteers would search the area. They would search the nearby fields. They came across this barn. They searched that, but for the first day or so, they couldn't find anything or anyone. On June 9th, kind of just out in the field, they actually ended up finding her cell phone case, some receipts, and other various items that they know belonged to Lisa. On June 10th, they found a pair of her earrings. They found her license also, but still no Lisa. On June 12th, 2015, they would get to this field to search, when I guess someone in a vehicle came up and says, "Oh, no need to search here, we already searched," which they knew was not true. And then it would be that same evening that they found a body in a work shed. It was the body of 17-year-old Lisa Hummel. They believed that she was strangled, likely with rope or some kind of clothing. She was also sexually assaulted, and they did get DNA. That DNA linked back to this man, Neregius Bilvicius. When they asked him for his alibi, he didn't have one. And it would be him that they said was one of the people who pulled up and said this area has already been searched. So he was promptly arrested and charged with the murder. Lisa was a random victim. They did not know each other, and his motive was sexual in nature. He basically decided to kill her after he had sexually assaulted her and realized, well, she can identify me. He's always pled his innocence, trying to say that other people did it, but it was his DNA found on her body. So he was convicted, and he was sentenced to life in prison. On August 3rd, 2022, he got into a fight with another inmate. That inmate stabbed him, and he died. Womp womp. When police knocked on the door, he answered and said, "I did something. I murdered them, or something." Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Maloney family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. It was October 27th, 2021. Farmington, Minnesota police were called to this home. They were asked to do a welfare check. This is Tracy Maloney and her partner. Her partner called in the welfare check because Tracy had gone to that house to visit her two children. Tracy had been separated from her husband, Jack. She hadn't heard back from Tracy through phone calls, texts, and she became very concerned. When police arrived at the home, they knocked on the door and they were met by this man, 25-year-old Blake Maloney. He calmly told police, "I did something. I murdered them, or something." So they promptly put cuffs on him, as they see signs of blood as well. As they walk into the home, they see lying on the floor a woman, and she has a yoga mat over her face. When they lift it, they discovered that it is Tracy Maloney, and she had been beaten to death in the face by a hammer. They go downstairs to the basement, and lying on a bed down there covered in sheets was Jack Maloney. He had been shot through his head. They then go upstairs to Scott's room. He was 23 years old. He was lying on his bed covered in sheets. He too had a bullet wound to his head. 3 members of this family brutally murdered. Tracy was killed 2 days after Jack and Scott. Blake knew that Tracy was coming to visit him and his brother, and so after he shot and killed both of them, he just waited for her to get there. And when she walked in, he killed her with a hammer. Blake said he hit her with a hammer because he was just tired of using the gun. He didn't want to use the gun anymore. They found an AR-15, the murder weapon, leaning up against a couch, and they found the bloody hammer just lying on the ground. Blake would tell police afterwards that Tracy and Jack and Scott, well, that these 3, they weren't his actual family. He didn't know who they were. So, of course, they wondered, are we dealing with someone who maybe is, insane? So Blake, pictured here now, I'm a little confused because there is a February 2023 article that stated he was found incompetent to stand trial. And then there's a March 2023 article that says he is now competent to stand trial. But that trial has not taken place yet, and I don't know when it's scheduled. It sounds like he may try to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, but that's just speculation. They've never figured out why he did it. They don't know his true motive. It's been nearly 7 years, and her family is still wondering, where is Frida? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Frida Knows His Gun. Viewer discretion is advised. Frida was born on March 14th, 1982. She actually had 15 siblings. Very big family. Frida was described as incredibly intelligent. She was someone who just caught on to things very quickly, and she was actually working to finish college, which she was attending Little Bighorn College in Montana. She was actually a member of the Crow tribe there in Montana, and she was actually the mother to 3 children. Now, I don't know all of the exact circumstances with all of this, but at some point she actually would move from Montana to Washington State, or she was visiting Washington State for an extended period of time while her 3 kids were back with her family in Montana. Her family said, I guess in Washington, that she had recently befriended a group of people that may have been considered the wrong crowd, possibly getting into drugs. But some of that information is a little vague. On October 18th, 2016, Frida was at a Walmart in Kennewick, Washington. She was trying to get back to Montana in order to take her kids trick-or-treating, and there was also a funeral for a family member. And it would be considered extremely unusual for an Indigenous person to not attend the funeral of a loved one. So Frida had reached out to a friend and asked if they could wire her some money at the Walmart so that she could get back to Montana. The friend wired the money, but then realized they made a mistake with the last name. So they corrected the last name and resent the wire. This was about 15 minutes. But by the time the second wire transfer was done, Frida was gone. That money has never been claimed. The friend called the Walmart and they said that she was no longer there. Frida wouldn't be reported missing until November 14th, which was after she missed the funeral. Regardless, law enforcement said, she's just out partying. She's just probably into drugs. She's an adult. Got mixed up with the wrong crowd. She's just out there with them somewhere. And they never took her case seriously at all. No one has ever seen her again. No one has ever heard from her again. That money, again, was never claimed. You would think that if this was the wrong crowd and knew she was getting a bunch of money, they would want that money. She at least would want that money. But the police, the FBI, they've never taken her case seriously. They've never really searched for her. Now she's been missing for 7 years, and her kids don't have a mother. Where is Frida? Hello, true crimeers. This is another worst accidental deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. November 10th, 1993 was a very cold and wet morning near Canterbury in England. That particular morning, 44 tourists, primarily from America, would hop aboard a stagecoach bus. 42 Americans and 2 Canadians were aboard the bus. There was also 1 British tour guide and then the British driver. The driver was actually a last-minute replacement that morning. The tour started in London and the goal was to get to Canterbury, specifically Canterbury Cathedral. It was very rainy, the roads were very sleek that particular morning. The bus's journey would take them onto the M2 motorway that morning. But at approximately 9:40 a.m., the bus hit like a pocket of sleek road or water, and it slid. This caused it to crash into a little van in front of the bus. Witnesses would later recount that the brakes on the bus just seemed to lock once it hit the van. This caused the bus to slide and then eventually roll down this embankment. Nobody knows exactly how fast the bus was going at the time of the incident. Later, they would find out the anti-lock braking system on the bus was extremely faulty, something that actually the company was told about 13 months prior to this. Investigators would later even find like letters written to, I guess, manufacturers where the bus company acknowledged the faulty brakes. But apparently nothing was done about it. 10 people died in the crash. This included the bus driver, so they were never able to find out what exactly happened. And then 9 American tourists lost their lives. Some of the deaths were described as being crush-related injuries. And then 34 of the other passengers, so pretty much all of them, had some sort of injuries to them, but they would survive. The bus driver's name, who was a last-minute replacement that morning, was named Leslie Golds. Another one of the fatalities was a man named Harry Fall. He was 65 years old. He was a principal at a school in Michigan, and also his wife was with him, and she passed away as well. There were a pair of sisters there, Deborah Becknell and Frances Hubbard. Both of them perished in the crash. They were actually on that bus with another sister and their mom, and the sister and mom survived. There was an inquest into this incident, and they determined that the 10 people who died were unlawfully killed, but in 1997, criminal charges were completely thrown out. I assume there were financial settlements, but I'm not 100% sure because those typically aren't made public knowledge. But this was just a very horrific tragedy. Police in Phoenix, Arizona are still asking for the public's help in trying to catch a murderer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Manuel Isaac Alvarado. Viewer discretion is advised. Manuel was born on February 20th, 1985, and that was in Oklahoma City. But at some point he moved to the Phoenix/Tempe, Arizona area. Manuel, at the time of the story, was attending Southwest Institute of the Healing Arts, and actually he was hoping to eventually get a teaching position at that school. And at the time of the story, he was also engaged, and his mom described him as a very special young man. But it all ended on May 18th, 2012. Manuel lived here near 40th Street in Broadway, and at some point that night, there was a knock on their door, and they lived also with Manuel's mom. Now, apparently what happened was Manuel opened the door, and they believed that there was two men outside who basically shoved their way into the apartment. Manuel had a gun in the apartment, and he went to grab it when one of the assailants grabbed the gun basically from him, and there was like a struggle for it. And in that struggle, Manuel was shot, and unfortunately he was killed. And they also shot and killed his dog. And then his mom and his fiance heard the struggle. This happened very quickly. They came out to where this was happening in the living room, and the assailant pointed the gun at the two women, and then they just fled. The two assailants just fled. And so the mother and the fiance were left physically unharmed. The mother and the fiance did not recognize the men. They did not know who they were. And there didn't seem to be any connection between Manuel and the two suspects. Like, it didn't look like they knew each other. Now, both of these men are described as black males in their 20s, and one of them referred to themselves as Corey's brother. I'm assuming police have looked into that, but there is no updates on this. And this case is actually still unsolved. They unfortunately don't have any detailed descriptions of the men. There is currently a $1,000 reward for any information that leads to the capture of Manuel's killer, or technically killers. So, if you have any information about the murder of Manuel Alvarado, please call Silent Witness at 480-WITNESS or 480-948-6377. You can also go to silentwitness.org. And of course, you can report it anonymously. Please help if you can. It happened 23 years ago, and her family is still wondering who killed Maria. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Maria Floyd. Viewer discretion is advised. Maria Floyd was a young mother of two who lived in Warrensville Heights, Ohio. She was described as the angel of the family. Nobody else could ever fill her shoes. She was a guardian. She never said anything bad about anyone. Maria had an amazing spirit inside and out, and everyone who came into contact with her loved her. But there was seemingly one person who did not feel that way. It was August 23rd, 2000. Maria lived here in these apartments. At approximately 7 a.m., a friend of Maria's would go to her apartment and discovered that Maria had been murdered inside. Maria's apartment had been like trashed. Someone had gone through it completely. Her patio door was apparently broken, but then they found out that it actually had been broken for some time. But apparently there was evidence to show that Maria likely let her attacker in, that she opened her door for whoever did this. So it was someone she knew and definitely someone she at least trusted a little bit. Maria had been beaten to death and she was smothered. To detectives, that typically would indicate something, it was personal, that this was definitely someone who knew her. In 2001, they would end up arresting and charging the father of one of her 2 children. But they would later drop those charges because the evidence they had against him was purely circumstantial at best. They never had any physical evidence to actually connect him to the crime. In terms of like what evidence they had, I don't know if they have any DNA or fingerprints, or if they do, it doesn't sound like they've ever matched to anyone. Unfortunately, there really isn't many details about this case. There has been virtually no updates. I saw an article from, I think, 2022, but that was the last thing I can see on it. I do know that the case is now with the cold case unit, and they are still looking for and asking for any tips, any leads, anything that can help capture the killer of Maria. Somebody out there knows something. They have to. There is a $5,000 reward for any information that leads to her killer's capture. You can report anything you know anonymously. So please contact Crime Stoppers at 216-252-7463. Please help Maria's family find some level of closure. Shut the front door. There's a Targaryen filter. Oh my god, let's see. Oh, this is an awkward pause there. Okay. Yeah. I definitely look like I tried to bang my sister. The Highway of Tears in Canada has claimed a large number of females. This is just one of those women. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Monica Ignis. Viewer discretion is advised. Monica Andrea Kathy Ignis. She was born on February 19th, 1960, and that was in British Columbia, Canada. I guess initially her family lived in Houston, British Columbia, but then eventually they would move to Terrace, British Columbia. They moved there in 1973, and not too soon after they moved there, Monica would vanish. It was December 13th, 1974. At approximately 11 p.m. that evening, Monica was last spotted walking along Highway 16. Highway 16 is a 719 kilometer or 447 mile stretch of road, which goes between Prince George and Prince Rupert in British Columbia. This highway is also infamously known as the Highway of Tears. The exact number does not seem to be truly known, but there's an estimate between 40 to 80 women who have gone missing and or were murdered along the Highway of Tears, primarily Indigenous women. The number is not really known because, again, Indigenous women, they just don't seem to get the care or attention, unfortunately. There is speculation of a serial killer who ran rampant along this highway. Now, exactly what Monica was doing on that highway at that time of night, I'm not 100% sure. But when passerbys observed her, she was completely alone. But she never got home, and so she would be reported missing. Monica was only 14 years old. Unfortunately, on April 6, 1975, Monica was found. Her body was found in a wooded area, I guess known as Kelgar or Selgar. She had her own clothing wrapped around her neck, and they determined that she was killed by strangulation. This is when witnesses came forward to say the night that she actually went missing, this witness spotted a vehicle, and in that vehicle was a man and what appeared to be a younger girl. And they was just pulled over to the side of the road on Highway 16. I don't know why it took them that long to tell police about this, but unfortunately that tip still led to nothing. Monica Ignis was essentially one of the very first victims of the Highway of Tears. They could not determine if she was sexually assaulted, and it does not seem like they got any physical evidence from her. And her case has gone unsolved ever since. But someone may know something. If that person is you, please call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. Oh, hello, true crimers! We're going to the injuriest place on earth. Please don't sue me for saying that. I really enjoy your establishment. I am woke as fuck and would really love to go there, possibly free of charge if you catch what I'm saying. Well, gosh! Anyway, I've told many stories on this page about people who have died at theme parks, including Disneyland/Disney World. Today I thought I would cover some stories of people who nearly died at Disneyland, or people who could have died. Starting with Pirates of the Caribbean. Arg. In 1967, a fire broke out on the ride. This was caused by an electrical short of one of the drunken pirates. Fitting. When people on the boats were like, holy shit, there's a fire, one of the guys who worked there was like, that's supposed to happen. That is until the sprinkler system kicked on and began to extinguish the fire. The ride stopped and everyone had to be escorted off the ride. Another fire broke out in Pirates of the Caribbean in the 70s when one man decided to flick his lit cigarette, which landed onto a plastic set piece that looked like a basket of fruit. The entire ride filled with black smoke, which then caused a massive panic. But nobody was injured. Dumbo the Ride, probably one of the chillest rides there at the entire park. That is until 1989 when one day the ride decided to tilt at a 45-degree angle, and it ended up dragging the elephants across the concrete with passengers inside them. This is because one of the arm brackets broke. There were injuries, nobody was killed, and the injuries were not severe. A year later, pretty much the same thing happened when one of the arms broke and it kind of partially collapsed, injuring a 13-year-old girl. This caused them to just basically take the entire ride, destroy it, and rebuild it. Alice in Wonderland, the ride, how? They say keep your arms and legs in the ride at all times, and they mean it. During the ride, a 13-year-old boy in the year 2000 decided to stick his leg outside of the attraction when his leg got stuck between the actual cart he was in and one of the side railings inside the ride. He broke his leg. He also broke bones in his foot. Space Mountain. In 1980, a person who was working at Disneyland, who was in charge of putting down the safety bars, she accidentally got entangled in one of the cars. The ride took off and it dragged her 25 feet. She had a severe amount of cuts and bruises all over her body, but unbelievably, she survived. In 1983, a drunk man aboard Space Mountain, well, somehow, some way, he was thrown from the ride about 5 to 10 feet, landing into a wall. Nobody knows exactly how he was thrown from the ride, because there weren't any cameras in there. And he was drunk and he can't recall it. But he survived. In the year 2000, the Space Mountain ride came to a sudden and complete halt, which was caused by a malfunctioning wheel arm. This actually caused 9 people aboard that particular cart to get injuries. One woman sprained her ankle. This could have been much worse because they could have been thrown from the ride had their safety bars not been in effect. I once covered a story where a man died on Thunder Mountain because the entire train had basically derailed. It's the wildest ride in the wilderness, or something. I can't remember the exact saying. Well, in the 1980s, a young man who was riding the train decided, well, I'm gonna stand up on Thunder Mountain, and, well, that's not smart because he was thrown from the ride. Luckily for him, he was launched onto a ledge that was about the same height where he was, and the ride at that point, I guess, was out of turn, so it wasn't going super fast. So he was able to grab onto the ledge and he was injured, but lucky he did not die. At another time, another passenger was thrown from the ride after they passed out on the ride. He had broken his leg from this, but again, luckily, he was able to survive. The Disneyland Railroad? Even how is that? What? That's not even a complete English sentence, Mike. Well, during the first week this was actually opened, the train derailed and actually toppled onto its side, and it caused the passengers inside to literally dangle from it. But the passengers were not very high off the ground, thankfully. Star Tours, that's one of my favorite rides. In 1987, a maintenance worker who was working on one of the theaters, I guess you could call it. Well, he decided he was going to take a shortcut to get to another one, so he actually went through one of the theaters. He then pried open the door, not realizing that it was not in the position it was supposed to be for people to safely get out of it, because when he stepped out, boom, 8-foot drop. He walked away with some injuries, but he did survive. This is a ride I will literally never go on. It's the submarine voyage ride. I think it's probably changed by now. But on 1974, there were a bunch of passengers inside one of the submarines. When one of the workers decided to, I guess, launch upwards another empty submarine, which then came into contact with the fully loaded sub, which then caused the portholes inside to smash and water to fill in. The passengers basically went into chaos mode, obviously, and then they struggled to find their way out of the submarine, which it sounds like they all did, and they all swam to safety. That's a claustrophobic nightmare, and it's a big no from me. But hey, other than that, Disneyland is great, and I would really love to go there again, so Disneyland, how you doing? Please don't hate me for telling these stories. It's just... I promise I'm woke as fuck, alright? I don't like Florida and stuff, so... Okay, have fun.
You are not a victim.
Oh.
You are not a victim to the stories of things that have happened to you in the past.
Really?
You're not a victim to your ancestors. You are not a victim to people around you. You're not a victim to your life situation at all. You created all of it.
I did?
You're not a victim. You can escape it just as quickly as you created it.
Oh.
Because all the energy that you're putting into avoiding accepting that it's your creation is the energy that you could be using to have a new experience. If you just accept the fact that you created that experience.
Shut up.
Nobody did anything to you.
Sorry, Las Vegas mass shooting people. Sorry, Sandy Hook kids. Sorry, Uvalde students. Apparently you're not victims. You manifested it. Sorry, Jason Fox. Sorry, Matthew Shepard. Soup sorry, Brandon Tina. You were not victims of hate crimes, I guess. You put yourselves in those situations and made yourselves victims. Sorry, Carol Jenkins. Sorry, James Byrd Jr. Sorry, Trayvon Martin. You weren't actually victims of racism and white supremacy. No, I guess not. Apparently it's your fault. You did it. Fuck, every time, dude. Sorry to these 4 gentlemen here. You apparently were not victims of being lured to this man's apartment through a gay dating app and then drugged and murdered. You aren't victims. Get over it. Sorry to these 168 people. You were not actually victims to the worst domestic terrorist event in American history. You just weren't. I guess you made that building explode and collapse. I'm so sorry, Gracie Solomon. I guess you weren't a victim of being sexually assaulted by your own father when you were 11 in a hotel room. I'm sorry, Grant Solomon. I guess you just weren't a victim to your own father murdering you and putting a car over you to make it look like an accident really badly. I'm sorry. I guess it's your fault that white, rich, privileged man is just out there running around scot-free. Get over it, right? Right, Angie? Just get over it. They're not victims. Sorry to these folks who met Jeffrey Dahmer. Apparently, you all put yourselves at the end of Dahmer's knives and weapons. Dahmer didn't do that. You did that. Sorry, Barbara Jean Horn. Sorry, James Bulger. Sorry, Rachel Runyon. I guess you weren't victims either. Imagine if I was actually serious about any of that. Imagine how insane I would sound if I actually meant any of that. Imagine telling voiceless victims that they weren't victims. Who the hell do you think you are? They want to know who killed her, but first they need to know, who is she? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Napanee Jane Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes place in Napanee in Ontario, Canada. I hope I said it right.
Napanee.
That's how she said it. It was December 30th, 1984. A 16-year-old and his father, I guess, were walking down kind of a side path. They were using a snowplow. The snowplow would, I guess, kick up some gravel, and when it did so, it exposed what looked like a pair of jeans. So as they kind of went to look, they realized that this wasn't just like a discarded pair of jeans. There was someone in them. They were skeletal remains of a person. The coroner would determine that this was the body of a female. She was wearing a pair of Farini blue jeans. They believe that she was a white female between the ages of 16 and 25. And this, by the way, is the outfit she was wearing, so it's this type of shirt as well. She was about 5'3" to 5'7". They believe she had a slim to medium build, and she had blonde hair. But they had absolutely no idea who this woman was. However, they did determine that this was a homicide. She had multiple skull fractures, which would indicate blunt force trauma. So she was murdered. But who was she? They looked at the clothing items and they realized that both of these items were very low-selling items sold in Canada. But that kind of became a dead end when they couldn't trace like receipts or anything. They took DNA from her, but that's never, even to this day, matched anyone. I don't know if they've done like the genealogical stuff yet. Maybe they should try that. They would end up doing a facial reconstruction of the woman, and this is what they came up with. This is I think it's the more digital version, the more like recent version of it. They said she had dental work done. She recently must have had fillings before her murder. She had crooked front teeth. She had a root canal on one of her incisor teeth on the left that they determined had to have been done when she was a child, probably around 8 years old. They said her dental work was just very unique, and we're hoping that could help someone come out and say, oh my God, I know who that is. But so far, it hasn't. They looked up all of the missing people in that entire area throughout all of Canada, and none of the missing people matched her description. They don't even know if she was killed maybe elsewhere and then just dumped here. They determined she was likely killed between April and November of 1984. There's a $50,000 reward for anyone who can help. So if you do, please call 705-329-6111.
Are you the Zodiac killer? Are you the Zodiac?
Ooh, Mav, not looking good. My guy, not looking good. Eesh. Count your days, bud. Count your days. Case cracked. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Matthew DeGrood. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Matthew DeGrood was a 22-year-old student at the University of Calgary in Canada. Growing up, he always seemed to be a relatively normal individual. He was doing decently in school, he had a job, but in the weeks leading up to this particular incident, he started to become a little different. Matthew was posting like really kind of bizarre things on Facebook. He was texting his parents that he was gonna harm himself. He had like this weird kind of fascination with vampires and werewolves, like thinking that they existed, that they were actually out there. But I guess none of it was alarming enough. On the night of April 15th, 2014, Matthew was invited to a house party here at this home. When he arrived, there was approximately 25, maybe 30 other people there. Not too soon after Matthew entered the house, he walked into the kitchen and he grabbed a knife. And then, out of nowhere, he just started stabbing people. Every person he stabbed at least twice, some of them 3-4 times. 5 of those people would not survive. Joshua Hunter, Caitlin Paris, Jordan Segura, Lawrence Hong, and Zachariah Rathwell. Sadly, those 5 individuals were stabbed multiple times each, and they were pronounced dead at the scene. Police arrived shortly after this all happened. Matthew had already fled on foot, but eventually, I think it was like an hour or so after he fled, they did find him and they placed him under arrest. I guess when he was arrested, he had like a garlic bulb in his pocket. He had mentioned something that he thought everyone were werewolves and vampires at the party. But Matthew was obviously arrested and charged with 5 counts of murder. Ultimately, he was ruled competent to stand trial, And in May of 2016, he was actually found not criminally responsible for the 5 murders, based on the fact that the psychiatrist who saw him after this said he was definitely schizophrenic. Multiple professionals confirmed it. They determined that this was a true and genuine psychotic event. So Matthew was sent to a psychiatric facility, and this is for an undetermined amount of time. The doctors there would eventually say he was vastly improving, so he was moved to a group home setting, but he still does not have any freedom to leave. He's appealed that decision, and he's lost every time. The current psychiatrist says that he still poses a threat to society, so he is still there. This one is really brutal. This is another worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 47-year-old Alayna Ertl. She was described as a very noble woman. She was extraordinary, faithful, and courageous, and she was a loving wife and mother. Originally, her and her family were from Morocco, but about 8 months or so before the story takes place, they actually would end up relocating to Montreal, Canada. And even though she was still new to the area herself, she was like the first person who would help any newcomer to the area, especially if they were from, Morocco. She would basically serve as their guide. But unfortunately, her life would end in a really horrific and really tragic way. So this is the Fabre metro station in Montreal, and it was a January day in 2014. Alayna had just dropped her child off at daycare, and so she went to the metro station to catch a train. Alayna was observed stepping onto the escalator to go down towards the subway. Alayna was wearing a scarf, and that scarf unfortunately got caught within the metal teeth of the steps of the escalator, and it basically caused it to wrap around and tighten around her neck. The scarf became loose, and that's when her hair then got stuck in the escalator as well. The metal teeth of the escalator pulled her hair and literally scalped her right then and there on the escalator. Her scalp was basically removed from her skull, and that's happening as she's being strangled by her scarf. Eventually, the hair got so clogged up in the escalator that it stopped. When the rescuers arrived, it was already far too late. Alayna was pronounced dead there at the scene. They investigated, and they discovered that the escalator in question was very well maintained. There wasn't any malfunctions in it. There had been other incidences on other escalators like in the area, but there wasn't really anything, wrong with it. It was literally just a really, truly horrifically unfortunate situation. To those who ask, I assumed people tried to help her, but those claws had her very, very strongly, and there probably just wasn't much anyone could do. But she was a wonderful woman who died in such a random and just awful way. I guess it just goes to show that we, need to be even more aware of our surroundings, I guess. Just before Christmas in 2010, a woman in Delaware would seemingly fall off the face of the earth. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Whitney Bennett. Viewer discretion is advised. 23-year-old Whitney Lynn Bennett lived in Delmar, Delaware with her parents. Whitney was the very loving mother to 3 young children who she had with one of her first boyfriends. Unfortunately, that relationship just wouldn't work out. Whitney was described as a very loving mother, and she got along with her family like you wouldn't believe. Like, they were just a really, really, really tight family. Around December 3rd or December 4th or so, Whitney would go to, a party over at a friend's house. And then after that party, she apparently would go with her then boyfriend, William Hill. Allegedly, they hung out for the night, and I guess she would end up spending the night with him. And then he says that by the following, morning or early afternoon when he woke up, she was gone. The thing is her parents said she never came home, and William claims that he texted her, he called her several times and never got any responses back from her. So by December 9th, after her family had not heard from her now for about 4 or 5 days, they finally reported her missing. So they are searching the area for Whitney. They are trying to ping her cell phone. They're trying to search all of the area close to the party she had attended. They were searching the area close to William's trailer that he lived in with his parents. And there's a lot of like wooded area just completely all over this place. And they search for weeks and for weeks, and they cannot come up with anything. They don't find any traces of her. And then, in April of 2011, police would get a tip, at first from an anonymous source. But when police were able to discover who the source was, it was a little concerning. The source was William Hill's uncle. His uncle told police, because now they had asked him to come into the station to give a statement. And so the uncle says that after police had searched that property right around the time when Whitney went missing, he says that his nephew, William, along with William's father, had installed trail cams, a couple of them, and they seemed to be in one just very specific area of the woods near their home. So he brings police to that area, and lo and behold, they find a couple of trail cams. And this is kind of deep in the woods, and it's on the outskirts of the trailer where the Hills were living at the time. But apparently by now, I guess they had moved out of there. But they told the uncle that they wanted to put those trail cams there because the police had been searching and they just wanted to keep tabs on them. Okay, but for what reason? And so that kind of gave some red flags to the uncle. And so when police searched that area, they find a patch of dirt that appears to have been kind of like indented a little bit. And so they have to get a warrant in order to dig on the property, and they get it. And they dig this little area that the trail cams were pointing towards. And when they dig a few feet into the ground, they find a black trash bag. And inside that bag is a human body. They would later go on to confirm that the body was that of 23-year-old Whitney Bennett. Unfortunately, they cannot determine exactly her cause of death. There wasn't any gunshot wounds in her bones. There wasn't any stab or scratch marks on her bones. So they don't know exactly how she died. But the fact that she was in a garbage bag buried on the property of her on-again, off-again boyfriend, that they basically weren't saying she was murdered, but they also weren't saying she wasn't murdered. So now at this point, William Hill is actually already incarcerated on completely unrelated sexual abuse charges, and police get a few tips from some of his fellow cellmates that William had actually confessed to killing Whitney, and that he was definitely going to get away with it because they were never going to find her body. He even told these inmates that he had the help of his father and his brother in basically disposing of her body. And it obviously, of course, needs to be noted that, of course, they have proof at this point that William was likely responsible for her death because the fact that her body was found on their property on cameras that they know were installed by William and his dad, pointing towards Whitney's grave. They would arrest 3 people for this. Claude Hill, who was William's father, and Claude's stepson, Stephen Akers, would both be arrested and charged with basically obstruction of justice and for accessory after the fact. Then William Hill was charged with second-degree murder. They had also found out that the night of that party that Whitney had gone to, William had gotten physical with Whitney. He had actually put her in a chokehold and then let go of her. And based on the confession he gave to the other inmates, they determined that what happened was that Whitney and William had gone back to William's place, and it's believed that William had gone through Whitney's cell phone when she was in the shower or something, and he found some text messages that I guess, really angered him, and so they got into a fight, and he ended up strangling her until she was dead. And then he went to his mom and said, Whitney's not breathing, what do we do? And she said, we got to call 911. And that's when his father, Claude, said, no, we're not calling 911. We're not telling anyone about this. And so they would bury her body. Police also found a witness who stated that they saw William and Claude at the area where Whitney's body was later found, that they appear to have been doing some digging in that area. Claude was found guilty of his charges, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. I believe Stephen Akers was convicted and got a similar sentence to that as well. And then William was convicted of the murder charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. His true motive is not really known because they never really got it directly out of him. He never confessed directly to police. He never signed a confession. They only really had what the jailhouse inmates said he said. The exact story and the exact motive aren't really known. But at least Whitney Bennett got the justice she deserved. Police in Brooklyn are looking for this 17-year-old suspect who committed a hate crime. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of O'Shea Sibley. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm sure a lot of you have definitely already heard this story. O'Shea Sibley was a 28-year-old professional dancer. He was one of 11 siblings. He was originally from Philadelphia, but had recently, as of I think 2020, moved to New York, because in New York, as a dancer, he had a lot more opportunities there. O'Shea was described as a bright-eyed and goofy young man. He had talent beyond anything you could imagine. He sang, he could do hip-hop, jazz, ballet, tap, and he was an incredible voguer, one family member said. His friends described him as funny, unique, charismatic, and he always knew how to have a good time. He would go above and beyond for anyone in need. O'Shea was also a member of the LGBTQIA+. And sadly right now it's not so safe to be a part of that community. Just the other night on July 29th, 2023, here at this mobile gas station, which was in the Midwood area of Brooklyn, New York, O'Shea, captured on CCTV, was there dancing and voguing while they were getting gas. He was having fun, being silly, being goofy. He loved to vogue. Well, unfortunately, a group of bigots did not like this. First, this teenager in the black shorts here basically started throwing out slurs towards him and his friend. Homophobic slurs. Soon, his friend here in the red shorts came out and told O'Shea to stop dancing. That because he was Muslim, it was offensive to him, while also throwing out homophobic slurs. The group of teens got bigger, and an argument broke out. O'Shea and his friends were saying, we're just here having fun, we're not doing anything wrong. But the homophobic slurs continued to come out. There was a gentleman from the gas station who came out who tried to break up the fight and told everyone to leave. Basically, O'Shea and this kid in the red shorts end up kind of in the corner. And now you can see there in this circle, the kid in the red shorts, he took out a knife and he stabbed O'Shea in his torso. O'Shea dropped to the ground and was in a pool of blood while this teenager ran away. An ambulance was called. O'Shea was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately he would be pronounced dead. This murder was just yet another act of violence against the LGBTQIA. Politicians spreading lies and creating fear amongst the public is leading to more hate and more violence. This piece of shit is described as 17 years old with dark hair. No one has been arrested, and police are still looking for him. It's being investigated as a hate crime. O'Shea Sibley's murderer is officially in custody. Hello, true crimers. Kind of dropped the ball on this one. I didn't realize this had happened a couple of days ago. But the 17-year-old suspect who stabbed O'Shea Sibley, a black gay man, at a mobile gas station in Brooklyn, New York last week, well, he allegedly turned himself in. So, the 17-year-old suspect arrested in the stabbing death of O'Shea Sibley has been charged with murder as a hate crime and criminal possession of a weapon, officials said at a news conference on Saturday. But because the little crap is a minor, he's not being identified. I think that's ridiculous because he clearly knew what he was doing. He acted as an adult who made the decision to stab someone. Tell us who he is. I mean, he's even being charged as an adult. Now, in the initial story, witnesses said that this suspect claimed that he was Muslim, and he shouted that at O'Shea and his friends, basically telling them to stop it because he's Muslim and he can't see this. But Mayor Eric Adams said that this was not true. The suspect's grandmother told the Daily News that her grandson is actually a Christian and claimed that he was merely trying to protect himself. There were 4 of them, strong, big men, and intoxicated, she said. If he did not do it, the guys would have killed him. Unfortunately, that's not really what the cameras show. And that's not what the many witnesses would suggest either. Hopefully, O'Shea Sibley will very soon get the justice he deserves. And just a friendly reminder, all of this anti-gay, anti-trans rhetoric being pushed out there here on this app, in politics, this is the outcome of that rhetoric, just so you know. It stirs up unnecessary and unfounded fear, and then it leads to situations like this. But hey, all lives matter, I'm sure, right? Rule number 1 for getting away with murder: don't commit that murder on camera. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Pete Schrum. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I cannot find a photo of Pete or the assailants. However, this entire crime was captured on CCTV. Pete Schrum was born on June 28, 1931, and that was in Wise County, Texas. He was a former sergeant in the U.S. Army. He fought in the Korean War. After the war, he would come back to the States, and he worked in insurance for most of his working life. Then he got himself a night job at the Diamond Shamrock, a convenience store, and it was in Mesquite, Texas. He was a happily married man with 3 adult children, and he was just a couple of months away from being able to formally retire. But on the night of March 27th, 1993, 2 men would decide his fate. At 11:26 p.m., Pete is seen on camera helping a customer. Her name was Peggy Wells. Peggy came in to pay for gas. She realized she brought the wrong person because her other purse was in the car that had the cash. So in this image, she's actually walking away to go back to her car. Moments after she leaves, this man right here enters first, has a brief conversation with Pete. Then another man enters right here on the side, and within moments, basically points a gun at Pete and says, "Give me all the money you have." So Pete opens up the register calmly. In the register is a grand total of $18. The man with the gun, he didn't like that there was only $18, so he got pissed. And they weren't wearing masks, so he fired 3 rounds directly into Pete Schrum at point blank range. Pete collapsed to the ground. The 2 men stole the $18 and a couple lottery tickets and ran out the door. As they're running out, Peggy Wells is coming back into the store. They fired several rounds at her. She was actually struck in the shoulder, but she calmly walks back into the store because she didn't even realize she was hit. She kind of goes to the counter and she sees that the gentleman is now on the floor bleeding. So in shock, she leaves and she drives to go get help. Another customer comes to the gas station and they see Pete on the ground, and then they call an ambulance, but unfortunately it's too late for Pete. He was pronounced dead at the scene. By the way, this entire thing, you can actually see the video on YouTube. And somehow it has really clear audio, so just a warning, it's pretty disturbing. Police put this image out on the news. 2 days later, on March 29th, one of their former co-workers says, "Hey, I recognize them." So police investigate that man, and that man is identified as Anthony Bernard Hampton. The other man is Wayne Hampton, their family. When police contact their families, the families say, "Well, I don't know where they are." Later it would be found out the family members were lying to police, basically allowing these 2 men to get farther away. But it didn't work. Police caught them sometime very shortly after. So both men were arrested and they were charged with the murders because they both confessed. The man who shot Pete said, I shot him because I was mad that there was only 18 bucks in there, and he saw my face, so just had to kill him. Like, it was just cold and calculated. No care in the world. So, both men would end up being convicted of capital murder, but they were able to avoid the death penalty. It sounds like the jury decided against it. So, they were both sentenced to life in prison, and they were both eligible for parole after 35 years. I can find the inmate records of, like, Anthony, and you can see his parole eligibility is March 30th of 2028, and you can see, you know, the actual crimes there. Same thing with Wayne. You can see it's pretty much identical information. It's kind of funny. They put them in different prisons. Womp womp. But yeah, there's a list of pretty much the same crimes. But unbelievably, neither of these inmate sites have photos of them. That's really weird. And it's like even stranger that I can't find a confirmed photo of Pete Shrum. His full name, by the way, is Arthur Virgil Pete Shrum Jr. But basically everyone called him Pete. But these two guys are morons. Like, they committed murder directly on camera. And like I said, you can see the entire thing. I think I saw it on YouTube. Just be warned, it's, you know, it is pretty messed up. But at least Pete Shrum got the justice he deserved. Oh my god, thank you so much for honking your horn and scaring the guy off. That was freaking terrifying. Oh, for sure, no, of course. I'm glad you're okay, but it sucks the guy got away. Yeah, I guess I'll let police know, but Jesus, yeah, no, I owe you my life. Okay. So yeah, just, you know, thank you. How do I collect this form of payment? What payment? You said you owe me your life. Well, I mean, that's just an expression people say. I've never heard it before. I don't think we can do this kind of exchange through Apple Pay. I don't know what you expect from me. The form of payment you offered was one single life. Okay, but how do I do that? Oh, I think both you and I know exactly how this will be done. For several weeks, he texted his friends about murdering someone, and then he actually did it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Natalie Jarvis. Viewer discretion is advised. Natalie Jarvis was a 23-year-old who lived in Swanley Village in Kent, England. Natalie was described as a very bubbly young woman. Her mother, pictured here with Natalie, said she was always smiling, always laughing, and she said that Natalie was essentially the beating heart of the family. She had a very tight bond with her family. She was outgoing, she was hilarious, and she was just a bundle of energy. Natalie had an on-again, off-again relationship with 23-year-old Adam Wellahan. Adam was a piece of shit. He would play the role of like this sweet, caring, loving, funny boyfriend, but behind the scenes, he was an absolute dick to Natalie. He constantly ridiculed her and made fun of her weight. He nicknamed her to his friends privately James Corden, because, you know, Adam's a piece of shit. In July of 2012, he tweeted out, "It's okay to kill people these days, right? I think I might do it." His friends saw that tweet and began to challenge him through text messages, basically egging him on to kill someone. On September 30th, 2012, his friend texted him, "Hey, have you killed anyone yet?" Which he responded, "Yeah, I'm going to do JC tomorrow." JC for James Corden. On October 1st, 2012, he picked up Natalie. He said, "We're going to go get a bite to eat." During that car ride, Natalie sent a joking text to her sister saying, "I'm being kidnapped." So her sister called her to make sure she was okay. Well, this put a damper into Adam's plans. So he canceled his plans to kill her that night. 2 days later, he invites her out to eat again. He picks her up. This time, hiding in the trunk of Adam's car is this man, his friend, Tom Fuller. Apparently during the car ride, Natalie mentioned that the trunk light was on, so they stopped the car. They stopped the car here in this location. Natalie got out and went to check the trunk. That's when Adam snuck up behind her with a knife and stabbed her 20 times in her neck. She collapsed and she tried to crawl away, and she was begging for Adam to let her call her mom. Adam picked up her phone and chucked it all the way out into the woods. Then his friend got out of the trunk, they both got in the car, and they sped away. They got alcohol and food and had a great night. The next morning, Adam, still drenched in Natalie's blood, went to police and turned himself in. Her body had been found a couple hours after she was killed. He said it was self-defense. She was stalking him. Except the investigation found all the text messages and the tweets about really wanting to kill someone. So Adam was convicted and sentenced to 26 years to life. Tom Fuller got no jail time at all. 21 years ago, she went for a jog. Her family is still waiting for her to come home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rachel Cook. Viewer discretion is advised. Rachel Cook grew up here in this home in a Northlake subdivision in Georgetown, Texas. And she grew up with her sister, Joanne, and they were very close. Rachel was described as a vivacious young woman, someone with a lot of spunk. They said Rachel's smile could light up a vast and empty land. She was extremely intelligent, and she had a wonderful future ahead of her. And this would lead her into, attending college, and that would have her moving out of Texas to California. She attended Mesa Junior College in San Diego. In January of 2002, she was actually on winter break, and she would go back to Georgetown, Texas, to stay with her family during the break. Rachel was a cross-country runner, and she was really, really good at it. And she liked to train every single day, so she would go on daily jogs. It was the morning of January 10th, 2002. Rachel's mom woke up, and she left the house somewheres around 8 o'clock in the morning, and when she did leave, she saw Rachel asleep on the couch. Then Rachel got up, got ready for the morning, put on her jogging gear, and went on her morning jog. It would take her down this street here, and this is a, pretty big residential area, and she would pass by a lot of houses. There would be multiple witnesses who spotted Rachel at approximately 9:30 in the morning on her jog, and she was alone. She would also kind of run down this road here, and then there would be witnesses who spotted Rachel at approximately 11 a.m., and this was now at the end of her jog, where she was probably 200 to 300 yards away from her home. But then at 3 p.m., her father gets home and Rachel isn't there, which is strange because they had made plans to go shopping that afternoon. And so by a couple of hours later, when she still hadn't gotten home, they felt something was off. And so Rachel Cook was reported missing. When police got involved, that's when they got the information about her being sighted a couple of times. And the more alarming thing is that she was seen at 11 o'clock in the morning, just, literally right down the street from her house. And she never made it to the house. So what happened in those 200 to 300 yards? They believe that someone took Rachel Cook. The family would call the place, where she would work from time to time when she was visiting, and basically they found out she wasn't working. They then called hospitals. They called, various places to see if she had gotten there, but nothing. And so they searched and searched. They searched on horseback. They searched on foot. They combed the entire area where that jog would have taken place. And then they branched out farther from there in like a big circle formation, and they never found any trace of her. 19-year-old Rachel Cook had just completely vanished. They had like vague tips here and there. Like one person said, "Oh, we think we saw a young Native American kid talking to someone who was jogging," but they really couldn't tell if it was Rachel or not. Another tip came in that says they think they saw like a late model Pontiac Trans Am kind of slowly cruising that road, but at the time they never found out where that vehicle was or who was driving it, and so Rachel's case just went cold. In 2006, a convicted killer named Michael Keith Moore confessed to killing her. He said he abducted her, he beat her over the head with a hammer, and then just chucked her into the Gulf of Mexico. And they were actually about to press charges on him, and he was going to go to trial for the murder of Rachel Cook. But then they found out that he fabricated the entire thing because he was looking for some kind of deal on his other murder charge that was unrelated to this. Some people still believe that his confession was real, but most don't. The family would go on John Walsh's show, this is her mother, father, and sister, in hopes that it would bring up anything and that anyone would come forward, but again, nothing. In 2017, they received another tip that there may be a body buried in this field somewhere, and it may be Rachel's, so they went there, they dug it up, they found nothing. In 2018, they announced they found the Pontiac Trans Am that may be the one that was seen driving in the neighborhood when she disappeared. When investigating the vehicle, I guess in the trunk, they found a positive indication of blood in the trunk of the vehicle. However, in the years since, they have basically come out and said that this vehicle has yielded no substantial evidence. And so the case has gone cold again. They don't even know if this was the car seen in the area. But they got enough information, enough tips to find that vehicle. In 2021, they said they were looking for an acquaintance of Rachel's who lived in Georgetown at the same time. They said this individual was involved in the cattle industry back in 2002. They got a tip that this person had, I guess, referred to Rachel's case and, mentioning certain details that seemed a little fishy. Who that person is, though, I'm not sure. But it's 2023 and nothing has changed. Rachel Cook is still missing. There has been absolutely no traces of her ever found. Her family just wants her to come home. I think they probably understand the reality that she may not come home in the way they want her to, but they just want her back. And someone out there knows what happened to her. This happened before people had cameras on their houses, before everyday people had dash cams in their cars. So they're relying on actual witnesses. And someone out there saw something. And if the person who took her did something horrible to her, the likelihood is they ran their mouth to someone. And maybe that someone is you. It's been 21 years. That person is still probably very much still alive. So please, if you have any information about the disappearance of Rachel Cook, please contact the FBI at 1-800-225-5324 or tips.fbi.gov. And as usual, you can always report your information anonymously. Help bring Rachel Cook home. They didn't even know he murdered anyone until nearly a decade after he died. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Ronald Lee Moore. Viewer discretion is advised. Ronald Moore was born on May 3rd, 1967 in Baltimore, Maryland. Throughout his entire young adult life, he was arrested numerous times, pretty much exclusively for burglaries. In 2000, he was finally arrested and he was charged with some of those burglaries and he was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Then in 2006, because now his DNA is in the system, his DNA was linked to a previously unsolved sexual assault. So he was charged with that sexual assault. But on November 21st, 2007, he was accidentally released from prison. There was an order in his file for him to be moved to another correctional facility in Maryland. But because of a screw-up, it actually showed that he needed to be released. So once they realized the screw-up, he was now a fugitive. On December 24th, 2007, he was apprehended again in Louisiana. So he was supposed to be extradited back to Maryland. But before that happened, in January of 2008, he was found dead in his jail cell. He had used a mesh laundry bag to hang himself. So his sexual assault victim never really got justice. And then more surprises came. Back on June 2nd, 1996, 23-year-old Shawn Marie Neal was found dead inside her condominium in South Carolina. She had been engaged and she was the mother of a 4-year-old child. And it did appear she was sexually assaulted because they had DNA. But at the time, they weren't able to match it to anyone. On December 13th, 1999, in Owings Mills, Maryland, 27-year-old Annalise Hyang Suk Lee, she had been found murdered inside her apartment. She had been killed by strangulation and blunt force trauma. She also had DNA left behind on her that was not hers. But again, it did not match anyone. In March of 2013, the cold case team would run that DNA once again through the system, and this time they had a match. It belonged to Ronald Lee Moore, which made him the murderer of Annalise. Then in 2017, the South Carolina cold case team working on her case, well, they ran that DNA and they found a match. Once again, Ronald Lee Moore. Ronald had absolutely no connections to either woman, so they were both determined to be random kills. They believe he may have more victims out there, but unfortunately, he will never have to answer for them because he took the coward's way out. For roughly 10 months, he terrorized South Korea, where he would confess to killing up to 24 people. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Raincoat Killer. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Yoo Young-chul. He was born on April 18th, 1970, and that was in South Korea. He grew up in a very poor family during a time when there was absolutely a separation between the rich and the poor in South Korea. Because of his family's lack of wealth, he was also picked on and bullied a lot in school. A lot of people believe that that led to his resentment over the wealthy. Between 1988 and 1998, he had been arrested for several crimes. This included theft, child pornography, identity theft, forgery. He would pose as a South Korean police officer because he made a fake ID. And so he was like in and out of prison for about a decade. In 2000, he was once again arrested because he had sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl, for which he was only sentenced to 3 years. Now, during all that, he was actually married and had a child, but his wife would divorce him finally in 2000 with the sexual assault case. In September of 2003, Yu was released from prison, and that is when all hell would break loose. On September 24th, 2003, Professor Lee Duc-soo and his wife Lee On-ok, they had been found stabbed to death in their home in Sinsa-dong, which is, I guess, a part of Seoul, South Korea. One of the victims had been stabbed, and then both victims had been bludgeoned by what they believed was a hammer. On October 9th, 2003, it happened again. This time in a house in Guji-dong, 3 people were found bludgeoned to death. 85-year-old Mo Kang, 60-year-old Lee Mo, and then Lee's 34-year-old son. The house was staged to look like someone had robbed it, but nothing was really taken. They did also recover some shoe prints from this crime scene. They had also recovered shoe prints from the first double homicide, and the shoe prints were actually the same ones. And so that's how they know they now officially have a serial killer. October 16th, 2003, it happened again. This time at a house in Samswang-dong. 69-year-old Yoo Jun-hee had been found bludgeoned to death in her home. Now, by the way, all of the victims so far are all extremely wealthy people. So whoever is doing this is targeting the rich. November 18th, 2003. This time in Haihwa-dong, 87-year-old Kim Jong-seok and her 57-year-old housekeeper, Bae Ji-hai. I am so sorry, by the way, if I'm mispronouncing these names. I am doing my best. But both of them were found bludgeoned to death in this house. Whoever did this one set the house on fire, and later they would find out it's because the killer had accidentally cut themselves with a knife they were using to hold the 2 women captive. And so he decided to burn the place down to try to eliminate any DNA. But what the killer left behind was yet another shoe print. A shoe print that would match the previous murders. Also at this particular house was a baby that had been just left on a couch with a blanket thrown over it. But the baby, thankfully, survived and was not harmed. Police also located this CCTV image of somebody walking away from the crime scene after the murders took place. This person is literally wearing a sweater that was taken from the home where the murders happened. This would later be confirmed to be the murderer. The next murders wouldn't happen until March of 2004. This time, a sex worker was killed. Her name was Kwon Jin-hee. She worked for a service, and she was called, and she was never seen from or heard from again. Later, it would be discovered that it is our unknown serial killer who did it. But in this particular case, he strangled her, he dismembered her, put her body parts into several black trash bags, and then just buried her. On April 14th, 2004, another murder, and also not his typical MO. This was not a sex worker, and it was not a wealthy person. It was a street vendor. Our serial killer would pretend to be a police officer. This man's name was An Jae-sun. Well, for whatever reason, the serial killer kidnapped him, brought him into his vehicle, and then stabbed him in the neck. And then the killer just put him in the back seat, but then he thought he was dead, but he wasn't. So when the victim kind of got up and kicked the seat, that's when the killer grabbed his trusty hammer and bludgeoned the man until he was dead. This time, he also cut himself, so he decided to torch the car. Between May and July of 2004, 10 sex workers, women, would also be murdered. The majority of them would be lured back to the killer's apartment, where he would then bludgeon them with hammers, dismember them, and then hide their dismembered bodies. Well, it would end up being the massage parlors where these women came from to eventually meet the killer. It would be them that realized something is wrong. Some of our girls aren't coming back. They're not reporting back. And that's when Yu Young-chul made his fatal mistake. He used one of his victim's cell phones to call the massage parlor. He always used different names each time he called, but he really slipped up by using a victim's phone, and the parlor's owner knew whose phone that was. So basically, they called police, but the massage parlor owner, got him to come to this hotel. And it would be them, the massage parlor owner, they're the ones who detained him. So he's arrested under suspicion that he may be the one committing all of these murders. And guess what he does? He fakes having a seizure and manages to escape. 2 days later, he's caught again. And it would be the second arrest where he confessed to all of the murders. He actually confessed to up to 24, but I think they were only ever able to prove, I believe, 20 of them. So why is he called the Raincoat Killer? Did he wear a raincoat while doing all this? No. From what I understand, there are laws in South Korea where their names, like the suspects' names, can't be revealed, nor can their images be revealed during an investigation and trial, I think. So everywhere he went after his arrest, they put a raincoat on him, put a mask over his face, and hid his identity. Hence why the public would nickname him the Raincoat Killer. He would lead them to the spot where he buried a lot of his dismembered victims, and they were able to recover a lot of body parts. Apparently, he would come off as remorseful, and he even said sorry to what he did, but he also turned around and just said, if I wasn't caught, I would keep doing this. He said he had absolutely no intent of stopping. He was going to keep going. When he was asked, what was the scariest part about all of this for you? Well, it's apparently when his son called him while he was dismembering a person, while he was cutting someone's head off. That was what scared him the most, a phone call. Apparently, he also allegedly confessed to eating some of the organs, but no one can actually say that that's true or not. Why did this seemingly normal-looking dude, right? Why did he do it? Again, he had a resentment towards the rich and a resentment towards women. The first half of his murders were all elderly rich people, and then he switched it up to throw off the investigation by killing women, prostitutes mainly. There was 1 or 2 men thrown in there, but clearly he's just a sadistic psychopath who never intended to stop. So he would be convicted of 20 homicides, and he was sentenced to death. That was in 2004, but apparently South Korea is not currently doing executions, so he is just in a prison cell awaiting whatever fate may eventually come his way. He would be executed, but would a DNA test after prove his innocence? Hello, true crimerers. Every fucking time, I swear to God. This is the case of Roger Keith Coleman. Viewer discretion is advised. This not great man, doesn't he kind of look like if Sheldon and Mr. Bean had a weird baby? Anyway, Roger Coleman, he was born on November 1st, 1958, and he pretty much spent most of his life here in Grundy, Virginia. In April of 1977, this man tried to sexually assault a woman whose name was Brenda Rife. He held her at gunpoint. She also had her 6-year-old daughter in the house. He made Brenda tie the little girl up, and when he said to Brenda, "You need to undress now," she refused. And basically, her and her daughter were able to escape after they wrestled the gun from him and threw it underneath someone's porch. He would be arrested and charged with the attempted sexual assault. He got a grand total of 3 years in prison and then was released. In January of 1981, a man would expose himself to 2 women. He would pleasure himself in front of 2 women who were strangers, and this was in public. After the assault, basically, one of them, who was an artist, drew this photo, which police recognized as Roger Coleman. Pretty spot on. But for some reason, police didn't do anything about this case. They just didn't arrest him or anything. Pictured here was Wanda Faye McCoy. Wanda's sister was actually married to Roger Coleman. Wanda, who at the time of the story was 19 years old, also had a husband. They lived here in this house in Grundy, Virginia. On March 10th, 1981, someone broke into the house when Wanda was there alone. They would sexually assault her, and then they murdered her. She was stabbed so badly that the person nearly cut her head off. Police said there wasn't any indications that anyone broke into the house, and there were no obvious signs of a struggle. So they assumed that Wanda let in her murderer, that it was someone she knew and trusted. Well, police quickly found out that Roger Coleman was her brother-in-law. Because of his past, they said, this guy might be a suspect. They found a fingerprint there at the house that matched Roger, but that's not too unusual since they were technically family. There was a pry mark on one of the doors, which later his defense would say, well, that shows forced entry. They also found male bodily fluid with the victim. Now, in 1981, they didn't have the DNA technology to match that to anyone. However, they did find blood on his clothing that was the same blood type as Wanda. But again, DNA technology wasn't super advanced at that point, so they couldn't definitively say that it was Wanda's blood on his clothes, just that it was the same blood type as Wanda's. Wanda also had broken fingernails. She had cuts and bruises on her arms, which again would actually indicate a struggle, even though police said there probably wasn't one, which doesn't make sense. But given his history, given the blood stains, like little spots found on his clothing that matched Wanda's blood type, he was arrested and charged with her sexual assault and murder. His defense would say he had a solid alibi that night. He was at work, but then the prosecution showed that he did go to work that night, but then he was basically excused from work pretty early on, and he would have been able to commit the murder. So, a jury found him guilty, and he was sentenced to death. Roger had a lot of supporters who truly felt he was innocent. They felt his alibi at work was actually pretty strong. They also had this notion that the male bodily fluid found inside Wanda, well, it actually showed multiple contributors, and they couldn't definitively link it to Roger. Roger always said he was innocent, and he convinced a lot of people, including Centurion Ministries. I guess they're like an innocence type project sort of thing. And so they had a lot of people fighting to get his execution basically reversed. Centurion Ministries even managed to get him a last-minute polygraph test, which he failed. On May 20th, 1992, Roger Coleman was executed by electric chair. About 8 years after his execution, they took the DNA that was found with Wanda, the male bodily fluid. They ran it through the DNA system, and it came back inconclusive. And then in 2006, the Virginia governor, because now DNA testing was even more advanced, even from 2000, the governor ordered a new DNA test. This time they went to a world-renowned lab in Canada. Mind you, he's already been executed. The DNA test this time came back conclusive. The DNA found with Wanda belonged to Roger Coleman. All of the people who supported him, including Centurion Ministries, would then publicly acknowledge that Roger was, in fact, guilty of the sexual assault and murder. So, the right man was executed. An unknown number of Indigenous women have either been murdered or gone missing in the Yakima Nation area. This is just one of those stories. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rosalita Longi. Viewer discretion is advised. Rosalita Longi was born on February 4th, 1997, and she would go by Rose for most of her life. She had a bit of a rough childhood with some medical issues, and then it got to a point where her grandmother would end up adopting her when she was about 2. Initially, she would move with her grandmother to Montana, but then they would eventually relocate to the Yakima Nation in Washington State. Rosalita, at first, through school, was doing really great. She was getting good grades. She loved it. At one point, she wanted to become a nurse, and then she, at one point, wanted to join the army. But then, unfortunately, Rose fell in with the wrong crowd. She started drinking and doing drugs. She ended up dropping out of high school when she was 16, but then later would attempt to get her GED. When she was 17, maybe early 18, she moved in with her boyfriend Isaiah, but was always invited back to her grandmother's home. But her grandma had a very strict rule that if you were drunk or you were high, you were not allowed in the house. Which brings us to June 30th, 2015. That afternoon, 18-year-old Rose would go to her grandmother's house, but her grandmother could tell that she was high. And so she very politely said, "You need to come back when you are sober." She didn't want the bad influence on the other kids in the house. Later that evening, at approximately 10 p.m., Rose tries to come back to her grandma's house. The grandma could tell she was still very much high, so she politely turned her away again. And every day since then, her grandmother Verlin has regretted that decision, because Rose was never seen again. Verlin constantly thinks about that night and what could have been had she not turned her away, despite the intentions being good. Her story, like most Indigenous young women, did not get really any coverage. It barely broke the news, it barely broke the newspapers. And I really can't find a ton of information about if police are, or how thoroughly they're investigating this. Many witnesses would come forward to say they've seen Rose at homeless shelters, and the grandma would go to those homeless shelters to verify, but they never ended up being true. They've gotten tips that she was put into a grave buried alive, that she was dismembered, but they've never been able to verify any of those tips. In 2017, her boyfriend Isaiah was shot dead. The grandma thinks he may have known something about her disappearance, and that's why he was killed. But even with that, there has been no updates. If you have information, it's been 28 years and her family just wants to know what happened that Halloween night. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shayna Jarris. Viewer discretion is advised. This story takes place in the little town of Nokomis, Illinois, which at the time of this case in 1995 had a population of somewhere around 2,000 people. Pretty much one of those places where everybody knew everybody. People would welcome strangers with open arms. Very friendly community. One of those locals was 18-year-old Shayna Jarris. She was born on July 15th, 1977. She was one of 4 kids. Her parents owned like a cafe there in Nokomis, and they were just a well-known, well-respected family. Shayna graduated high school in 1995. She then got a job at a local nursing home as a certified nurse assistant, and her dream was to become a nurse. She absolutely wanted to help people. Shayna was described as someone who always smiled. She was warm and friendly and welcoming. And on Halloween night, 1995, someone may have taken advantage of her kindness. About a week before this story took place, Shayna would move out of her home and into her first apartment. Something her parents weren't too happy that she did, but she wanted to, become an adult. That Halloween night in 1995, she would take one of her siblings trick-or-treating, then she went back to her apartment, where she hosted a little gathering where 3 other people would attend. Shayna's dad went to her apartment at about 9:30 p.m. so that another one of her siblings could do some trick-or-treating in her apartment complex. Now, The party she was having, where really they were just playing cards and drinking beer, allegedly that party ended around midnight. And then at 6:50 a.m. on November 1st, 1995, a horror story was discovered. Shayna's landlady actually lived across the hall from Shayna, and at 6:50 in the morning, she noticed that Shayna's door was open, which of course is unusual. So she called out Shayna's name. She didn't respond. So then she kind of pushes the door all the way open, and that's when she sees the body of Shayna just lying in a pool of blood on the ground. So the landlady runs to her apartment and calls the police. The coroner would discover that she had been stabbed 54 times. All of the wounds were to her chest and to her neck. She also had one slit across her throat. They said it was from ear to ear. She was then partially covered with a comforter, but she was also fully clothed. The coroner could not determine if she was sexually assaulted. In fact, it appeared that she wasn't. But someone took out a lot of aggression on this poor young girl. 54 times is a sign of anger, really. Her parents, pictured here, they couldn't think of any enemies that Shayna had that would have that kind of anger and resentment towards her. Again, this is a small town where everybody knows everybody, everyone knows each other's business. If there's drama, pretty much everyone knows about it. And her parents and her family were just like, we don't know of anyone. She didn't have any like jilted exes. Now, of course, the first people they interviewed are the 3 people at that party that night. And that's where they found out that Shayna basically had everyone leave around midnight, according to the friends. But they were sure that Shayna knew her killer. And judging by the extreme stabbing, that it was someone who was angry with her. There was no signs of forced entry in her apartment, so they think that she let the person in. There is that possibility that perhaps she let a stranger in, because again, this is a very welcoming and kind community. Shayna was known to be very helpful to others, even if she didn't know you. So if a stranger knocked on her door in the middle of the night, she may have opened it and let the person in. And that person may have taken advantage of that kindness. One neighbor said they heard some small scuffles around 4:46 a.m. The coroner determined that her time of death was around 4 a.m. But no one really heard any screams or severe thuds, so there really wasn't any witnesses. But at any rate, the 3 friends were apparently cleared and they were ruled out. I don't know exactly what information they had in order to rule the 3 individuals out, but apparently they did. They also interviewed hundreds of people, people that are her friends, her family, people who live in that apartment complex, which has since been demolished, and they got nothing. Nothing at all. They said they collected over 200 pieces of evidence from the crime scene. In my opinion, they probably have DNA from the killer, because if you're going to stab someone 54 times, you're going to probably cut yourself and leave some trace of you behind. But they may not want to tell that to the public. But they've never had a genuine suspect. You know, it's been about 28 years since this happened, and her family is still wondering, who did this? Why? No one disliked her. She was like the sweetest, kindest, most helpful person. She wasn't sexually assaulted. She also wasn't robbed. Nothing was stolen from her apartment. So this to them was like personal. But then who had that personal grudge? And they don't know. They haven't ruled out that it's a stranger killing, because again, she may have welcomed someone in. But sadly, that's where the case stands. It's unsolved. But again, someone somewhere out there knows the truth. Someone knows what happened on that Halloween night. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, please contact 1-800-352-0136. Were these some kind of ritual murders, or just a very bizarre, unsolved mystery? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shane Stewart and Sally McNally. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Shane Stewart was 16 and Sally McNally was 18, and they lived in San Angelo, Texas. In 1987, they became a couple, but at some point they broke up, and then by July of 1988, they were in the process of possibly reconciling their relationship. When Sally got caught sneaking out of the house a few times, her mom kept asking her, "Where are you going?" Sally wouldn't say anything, so Sally's mom would ask a friend. The friend said that Sally and Shane had become involved in a satanic cult. A couple of friends would even confirm that Sally attended these like cult parties, and some of these friends of Sally's were invited, and so they went, but they were so freaked out by it that they left. Sally they said would go into these trances. Shane became involved, and he became like more violent. He was, hitting other teenagers. Around January or February of 1988, Sally would call the police and say that the cult that she was sort of in was involved in illegal things. She even produced a gun that she said some members of this cult used in a murder. And so the police took the gun and they ran the serial number and they realized this was a stolen gun. But that gun was never traced to any actual murders. By June of 1988, Sally became concerned. She was afraid that the cult was going to retaliate against her and Shane. And then by late June or early July of 1988, the two of them, they reconciled their relationship after being separated for a short period of time, which takes us to July 4th, 1988. They had gone to Lake Nasworthy there in San Angelo, Texas, and they were going there to watch the fireworks. This was at approximately 9 p.m., which witnesses can confirm they were there. A short time after the fireworks had ended, another witness would see the couple here at O.C. Fisher Lake. The witness said they saw a person in a pickup truck pull up next to Shane's vehicle. They heard Sally say something along the lines of, "We don't want to be involved anymore." And that would be the last time anyone saw Shane or Sally. The next day, Shane's Camaro was found, and there were no signs of Shane or Sally. Shane's keys were in the car. A couple of days later, the families would report both teenagers missing. At first, police were like, they probably just ran off, But the families were like, no, they didn't. Something happened to them. And that's when they kind of mentioned like the whole cult thing. So the search would begin to find these two missing teenagers, and they searched all over, but they could not find any trace of them. Police learned about, I guess, a teenager who went to the same school as these two, that this teenager had gotten into a fight with Shane. There may have been some like heated words exchanged, possibly threatening between the two. So police would go to that teenager's home. They noticed he was like scratched up and kind of bruised up, and he allegedly wouldn't talk to police about this. 4 months after they disappeared, they were found. Approximately 17 miles away from where they were last seen, they were found at the Twin Buttes Reservoir, and at that point they were just skeletal remains. Both would be confirmed to be that of Shane and Sally. They had both been shot in the head with a shotgun. Unfortunately, though, there really was no more evidence left behind. They didn't really get any evidence from Shane's vehicle, so there's nothing that they could like pin on a person. They would reach out to the public for any kind of tips or anything. The families and some of the friends were really hell-bent on thinking that this had something to do with the occult, with this cult that they were possibly a part of. And this is during the, satanic panic era of our country. It ran rampant for some time. The authorities don't really believe that there is any kind of like cult aspect to this, but they also can't really rule it out. There are members of that cult who are part of the suspect list, and they also have that one teenager that Shane didn't get along with. He's also on their suspect list, but unfortunately there's just no physical evidence to tie any of those people to this murder. In 2017, though, there was a bit of an update. This is John Cyrus Gilbreth, which is like the most culty name I've ever heard. I mean, he may even be this guy. I don't know. Well, he was arrested when he was pulled over and there were drugs in his car. So there were warrants for other drug-related charges for the police to search his house. Now, he initially had no connection to this double murder, but in his home, they found audio recordings, they found written journals that all talked about and mentioned the double homicide of Shane and Sally. They also found a fingernail and they found biological material, which some speculate is blood. And police now say he is a person of interest in the double homicide. But They never charged him, so it sounds like that evidence led to nothing. And their murders are still unsolved. If you have any information, please call 325-655-8111. Hello, true crimerers. This is the current missing persons case of Sir Thomas. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I really don't have much information at all about this case. There is pretty much no articles I can find. There is not even like a Facebook page that I can see. But his name is actually Sir, so Sir Taj Dre Von Thomas is his full name. He disappeared on June 11th, 2023 from Shaker Heights, Ohio. He is 17 years old. He is black. He is 6 foot, 175 pounds with black hair and black eyes. The only description it has is Sir was last seen in Shaker Heights, Ohio on June 11th, 2023. He was wearing a blue sweatshirt and gray sweatpants. But the circumstances of his disappearance, I can't really seem to find that. It's also very possible he may have been found by now, but I can't see that either. There's nothing on this kid's case. But I at least wanted to get his image and his name out there, and definitely anyone from Shaker Heights, Ohio, especially if you have seen him or if you have any information about this young man's disappearance, please contact the Shaker Heights Police Department at 216-491-1220. You can always report information anonymously if you have to. But anything that can help bring this young man home to his family, please do so. Was this a murder, or was it something far more sinister? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Steve Rico. Viewer discretion is advised. Stephen Michael Rico, who would go by Steve to everyone, he was born in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on November 22nd, 1962. But eventually his life would take him to Maryland, specifically in the Laurel, Maryland area. Steve worked at the Baltimore Country Club golf course, where he was actually the superintendent of groundskeeping there. Steve had a very imposing, large 6'4" build, but despite kind of having that large presence, he was described as being very shy, very reserved. He was absolutely an introvert, and he was just a gentle guy. Eventually, he would marry Kim, and the two of them had an 8-year marriage, and they ended up having one child together. Towards the end of their marriage, though, it became very rough. It was described as just being a bad marriage in the end. Kim allegedly wanted to try to reconcile things. That's what she claimed. So she scheduled them a trip. So on Valentine's Day, 1998, the two of them would go to a resort in Chesapeake Bay. They would go to a murder mystery dinner that night, and allegedly had a great time. Then they go back to their hotel room, where at some point Kim leaves. When she comes back, her hotel room is on fire. So firefighters are called, they arrive, they're able to put the fire out very quickly, and when they get inside, one side of the hotel room was just completely charred. And sadly, lying on the floor next to the charred bed was 35-year-old Steve Rico. He was deceased. Next to the bed were open bottles of beer and an open cigar package. So at first, this was just an accident. But then they realized that there was a fire retardant put on the hotel sheets. And the cigars, they're not really known for starting fires like this. So they were curious. When they did his autopsy, they realized that Steve had no soot in his lungs. His carbon monoxide levels were normal. He had a very, very low blood alcohol level. Steve didn't die in the fire. He was dead beforehand. And that's when they discovered that Kim, well, she had been having a torrid love affair for a long time. They also found out she doubled the life insurance policy recently. They also discovered that she purchased the package of cigars and the beer during the time the fire would have been taking place. But how would she have killed them? Well, she was a registered nurse and she had access to succinylcholine, which can be a poison if used in large amounts. Unfortunately, there was no test to discover if he had succinylcholine in his system, but they were able to prove motive and opportunity. So Kim was charged with his murder. She was convicted. She got life plus 30 years. When asked, why did you do it? She just said, my family makes me nervous. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sylvia Segrist. Viewer discretion is advised. Sylvia Segrist was born on July 31st, 1960 in Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, she had a very rough childhood. Her grandfather had sexually molested her starting when she was about 8 years old. And early on, they could tell that she was having some mental health issues. She would actually be sent to a mental institution when she was about 16 years old, and they diagnosed her as being schizophrenic. She would go in and out, in and out, in and out of hospitals, and every time they let her go, they said she doesn't pose a threat to herself or to anyone else. She had enlisted in the U.S. military when she was 18, but that was very short-lived. The men would harass her, they would call her a lesbian, and eventually she kind of just left the military. She was then living in Springfield, Pennsylvania. She would go to the Springfield Mall and she would yell at people who were just walking around the mall. She even publicly made comments to people at the mall, to strangers, how good, mass shootings are. She complimented the San Ysidro McDonald's shooter. Sylvia had tried to go to Kmart to purchase weapons, but Kmart would repeatedly tell her, we don't have any guns to sell. But she found her way to a different store where she was able to purchase a gun. This is in October of 1985. On October 30th, 1985, Sylvia Segrist would walk back into the Springfield Mall armed with a gun. She started to randomly shoot at people in the parking lot where she missed several people. She then walked into the entrance where there was a 2-year-old child with his mom. His name was Rasif Kosman. Sylvia shot him and killed him. She then walked into stores and around the mall just blindly firing at people. She continued to miss people. She was not a good shot. She next shot a man named Ernest Trout as he was leaving the store. He would actually survive for about a month. He was in a coma after this. He ended up dying about 30 days later. Back at the mall on October 30th, she killed one more person, Augusto Ferrara. She was finally knocked down by a citizen and disarmed. And they asked her, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? She said, my family makes me nervous. She blamed her mom and her family for all of her problems, simply because that's just the closest person, she knew. She later said she was afraid her mom was going to send her to a mental institution and she would rather be dead or in a prison for some reason. And that's really what her motive was for doing this. Police found out that she purchased the gun legally from a store, and it's back when you do handwritten applications. And in the section of the application where it asks about mental health and have you ever been, in a mental hospital, she lied and said no. And that's simply why she was able to just easily purchase a gun, because they didn't have the quick background checks that we do now. Pennsylvania in 1998 would finally enact the phone call background checks when someone is purchasing a gun. And now, of course, it's digital and it's quick. But back then, you could just lie, and that was it. But this is a case in which the perpetrator genuinely was mentally unwell. They saw a psychiatrist, but they were always released. She was diagnosed as schizophrenic. She was medicated. But obviously, they weren't keeping as close of an eye on it as they should have. Or maybe should not have released her when they did. Because then maybe, the shooting would not have happened. She did injure 6 other people at the mall, but those 6 people would recover. So in the end, Sylvia Segrist murdered 3 people, including a 2-year-old child. So she was charged with the 3 murders as well as the 6 attempted murders, and she was found guilty, but she was found guilty and also clinically insane. So she was sentenced to basically a psychiatric hospital, but with also 3 life sentences. So she basically won't be getting out of the hospital ever. It goes to show that when you have people who are showing these signs, that we really, really, really should be focusing on getting them the help they need before they do things like this. There were some changes to gun purchasing laws there in Pennsylvania, But she never should have been able to purchase one then, because maybe 3 people would still be alive, and she maybe would have been treated and gotten the help she needed before she did this awful thing. He would terrorize the community for 11 days, and then his life would end in the electric chair. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Savatsky Pointer. Viewer discretion is advised. Savatsky, how I think is you pronounce it, he was born on April 7th, 1956, and that was in Newport News, Virginia. His mother was extremely religious, and she was very strict with him. She apparently would sit on the front lawn of their home, like reading the Bible and giving religious advice to people. It seemed like Savatsky was just really sheltered and not really allowed out much. And this caused a lot of animosity, I guess. He started a life of crime when he was like 13, 14 years old. He started with stealing things. He stole a car one time. Basically, he was in and out of like juvenile detention centers. When he was 17, he was evaluated by a psychiatrist, where they said that he had difficulty in social relations. He was insecure and did not feel confident in his own abilities. He also was diagnosed with depression and having bizarre behavior and the inability to function in a home environment. As an adult, he went on to commit more crimes. He was imprisoned for burglary and forgery charges in 1981. And then that takes us to 1984. 45-year-old Joyce Baldwin. She owned a beauty salon, and that's in Hampton, Virginia. On January 23rd, 1984, she is found murdered behind the desk of her store. She had a single bullet wound to her head. A week later, Clara Louise Paulette, who was a motel manager, and her maid Chestine Brooks, they were both shot and killed in a robbery. And that was in Williamsburg, Virginia. On January 31st, in Newport News, 17-year-old Vicki Ripple was the next victim. She worked in an ice cream parlor, and she had been shot and killed during a robbery. And then on February 2nd, 1984, Carolyn Hedrick was the final victim. She was a candy bar saleswoman. She was also robbed. On February 4th, 1984, Savatsky Pointer went into a barbershop and tried to sell candy bars. Stolen candy bars that he had taken off his last victim. The barber knew about all of this, so they called police. And that's how Savatsky was caught. Once they had him arrested, he basically openly confessed to all 5 of those murders. At the time, they hadn't really linked them all to the same person, but he just confessed to it. Gave them information that no one else should have known. He said he targeted women because they were easy to rob and, men would fight back. He was put on trial and convicted of all 5 murders, where he would spend at the Greensville Correctional Center, and on March 18th, 1993, he was strapped to the electric chair and executed. At the time this photo was taken, inside this house was a dead man. And then another man was seen leaving the house hours after the man was dead. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Timothy Howard. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, this is going to be a little different because there is no articles whatsoever about this story. I cannot find anything to 100% confirm this information. However, all of the information I am providing today on this case is provided by this gentleman's niece, and she has made some videos on this story, and I will make sure to tag her below. But I wanted to at least try to help out and see if I could possibly reach a larger audience. So, Timothy Howard was born in Dayton, Ohio on May 6, 1986. Timothy was described as a very caring, loving, and passionate man. He was a father, a brother, an uncle. And Timothy also proudly served in the U.S. Army. At approximately 7 a.m. on June 7th, 2023, Timothy Howard was found deceased in his home. He was on the couch. He was completely nude. His boxers were laying next to him on the couch, and his shirt was stuffed in between the cushions. Timothy had a significant amount of bruises, scratches, and various injuries to his body. The coroner would then determine that his time of death was likely around 12 p.m. the day before he was found on June 6th, 2023. Timothy's home was trashed. There were tables knocked over. The toilet seat lid was ripped off. The towel bar had been broken off and bent. It looked like a struggle and a fight took place inside that home. Not to mention, his cell phone and his credit cards were stolen. Now, I do not know what they said his cause of death was, but they ruled it an accident. Despite the absolute chaos at the scene, despite the fact that he was found nude and severely bruised and scratched, they said it was an accident. I'm really curious to know what the actual cause of death was. Now, Timothy's niece stated that a family friend of theirs had told the family after he was found dead that she, the friend, was actually at Timothy's house on June 5th, 2023. But when she was there, there was another person there. His name is Robert Buckholz. Well, this man, for obvious reasons, I think, kind of gave her some creepy vibes. She said he was being very, rude and belligerent to Timothy. He was scaring the friend, and so that really caused her to just leave. She did, however, take this photo of that man inside the house. After she left, she texted Timothy this. Timmy, I had to leave. He just wouldn't stop talking shit about you. Call me when you get up. Love ya. Make sure you call me when you get up. Hopefully he'll be gone by then. She then says hello again, but Timothy never responds to her. The family discovers that Timothy has cameras both inside and out of his home. Here's the crazy part. At 4:18 p.m. on June 6, 2023, a man is seen leaving Timothy's house. Now remember, Timothy's time of death was ruled to be about noon on June 6th, which means that this man was inside the house when Timothy was dead. And you can see what he's wearing, the shorts, the shirt. Yeah, it's this guy, Robert Buckholz. The family would also learn that the cameras that were inside Timothy's house, well, guess what? Conveniently, the 12 hours leading up to his time of death were conveniently deleted. They no longer existed. I guess they also found out that Timothy's ex-girlfriend may have entered the home during the window of time when Timothy was already dead before he was discovered. It's possible she may have deleted the images. Apparently, she follows Robert Buckholz on Facebook and likes his posts and whatnot and is still friends with him. So I don't really know what that means. I don't really have the specifics on her, so I'm not too sure. Robert Buckholz has a criminal history. Allegedly, there is violence in that criminal history. He is also a drug addict. As a matter of fact, a month prior to this happening, Timothy literally saved Robert's life when Robert OD'd. Timothy literally saved him. And then a month later, Timothy is dead in his home, and this man is the last person to see him. And he is seen leaving Timothy's house hours after Timothy was dead. And the Dayton Police Department, they're not doing anything about it. They have disregarded this man completely. They ruled his death an accident. I don't know how. They have made no press releases. There's no articles. It sounds like the Dayton Police Department there in Ohio has just completely given up on Timothy. You know, a member of the U.S. Army. I'm not a cop. I'm not a detective. I'm not a coroner. But Jesus Christ, even I can smell something is a little off here. Something doesn't add up. Something's a little fishy. And the police there in Dayton just don't seem to give a shit. I hope you see my video, yeah. And I hope maybe you actually grow a pair and investigate this case at least as a possible homicide. There is so much suspicious around this man's death. It doesn't take an expert to see that. Timothy Howard deserves justice. He was a good man, and now he is being done dirty by the Dayton, Ohio Police Department. That's a shame. A family in Owasso, Oklahoma are asking for the public's help to find their missing loved one. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Timothy Van Meter. Viewer discretion is advised. This is 57-year-old father and grandfather Timothy Van Meter. He is described as a very loving father, and he was beyond thrilled to become a grandfather. The last time anyone spoke to Timothy was on Friday, March 17th, 2023. One of his daughters said that they spoke on the phone, and he actually had planned to be going over to her house that coming Sunday to help do a project. She said they made plans to go to brunch that Sunday morning, and then they were going to go to the hardware store before going back to her house. But he would never make it to that brunch. This is security cam footage from Timothy's house in Owasso, Oklahoma. This was from approximately 5 p.m. on Saturday, March 18th, 2023. Allegedly, he left the house right then because I guess he got into an argument with someone. And then from here, he's never seen from or heard from again. Timothy was a runner. He was a biathlete. He was a very active individual, and he loved to go on bike rides. He would run, and he typically did so on this trail. So his family would go to that area once they realized he was missing. And this was on 66th Street and Mingo Road. And they found something. They found Timothy's 2015 Subaru Crosstrek. He didn't bring his bike with him because his bike was still at his house. But did he maybe go for a jog or a run? Police would use drones. They would bring in search dogs. They would have people searching on foot that entire area, but they found absolutely nothing. And as of right now, as far as they've published online, that's all they really have. His wallet and his phone were also left at home. So they can't even try to use cell phone for pinging his location or anything. Timothy Van Meter is 57 years old. He is 5 foot 10 inches, 175 pounds, has brown and gray hair with a beard. He was last seen wearing a gray jacket, gray Oakley hoodie, blue jeans, light gray shoes, and you can see that's what he was wearing. So this right here, not exactly the attire one would go out for in a jog or a run either. So that's also a bit of a red flag. He wasn't dressed for his normal activity. His family just wants him home safe. They just want him home. If you have any information about the disappearance of Timothy Van Meter, please contact the Owasso Police Department at 918-272-2244. Please help this family if you know anything. It would be because of a garbage bag that they were able to solve the case. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Vicky Gillette. Viewer discretion is advised. One Beatriz Gillette, who would go by Vicky, she was born on November 8th, 1957. She would later go on to marry a man named Ron Gillette, who was a member of the U.S. Navy, and then the two of them had 2 children together, and at the time of the story, they were living in Riverside, California. On August 28th, 1984, Ron would, come home that day, and he saw Vicky lying in bed, and it appeared that she was just asleep. And then their 3-year-old son was lying next to her. And then on the bag was a black trash bag that they used as just like a laundry bag, and it had some clothing in it. But then when Vicky wouldn't wake up, he, checked her pulse and realized she was dead. Now, at first, when, the ambulance arrived and the coroner did their autopsy, they determined she died of asphyxiation. But she also had a large amount of sleeping pills in her system. So Ron had said that the night before or the morning of, he had given her 4 sleeping pills, which was like a normal thing. But the toxicology report showed she actually had the equivalent of about 16 pills. Enough to knock someone out for a long time. But it wouldn't kill a person. And so what they came up with was that she must have accidentally rolled onto the garbage bag and she just suffocated. And they were about to just say, this was an accidental death, that's it, close it up. Until they realized that Ron Gillette, Vicky's husband, he had gotten remarried already. 11 days after his wife died, he married another woman. When they checked phone records, they found out that Ron was actually in contact with this woman for a long time prior to Vicky's death. They also discovered that he got a $27,000 life insurance payment because of Vicky's death, which he used partially to fund his wedding. Investigators had also learned that about 18 months prior to Vicky's murder here at their apartment, Ron had basically pushed Vicky or knocked her to the ground after she ripped open a bag of pretzels or something, and it caused him to get mad. And this altercation, because of Ron's anger, basically caused him to break both of Vicky's kneecaps. But police couldn't prove that he actually murdered Vicky until they looked at the trash bag. Because if one were to roll over onto a trash bag, the oils of your face and whatnot, if you were just kind of lightly on it, it wouldn't really leave much residue or much of an impression behind. I believe they used that super glue fumes thing to, when they pull up fingerprints. I think they did that with the trash bag. And when they did, they noticed something alarming. I don't know if you can see this, but that's a face. That's the actual trash bag right there. And that's the impression of a face. So what they did was they took a life-size photo of Vicky and they matched it up with the trash bag. And it was a perfect match. Vicky's face had been pressed into that trash bag, and it left behind basically like a fingerprint. And when they ran their own test, they determined that you had to press someone's face with a severe amount of force in order to leave that kind of residue behind. Meaning Vicky did not roll over just accidentally onto that bag. She was forced into it. She was pressed against it. Ron had already admitted to giving her 4 sleeping pills, but the fact that there were 16 sleeping pills in her system means that he was lying. So they believe that Ron had basically wanted out of the marriage, but he didn't want to go through the child support thing. He didn't want to have to pay any money to Vicky. He wanted her $27,000 life insurance money too to fund his new bride. So he drugged her to the point where she basically was knocked out, and then after she was knocked out, he just pressed her face into the trash bag until she stopped breathing. And then he put their son next to her in bed, just to make it look like it was just an accidental thing. So Ron Gillette was arrested and charged with the murder of Vicky Gillette. He would then be convicted of the murder, thanks strongly to the forensic evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison, but he was allowed the option of parole. And unbelievably, after just 15 years in prison, he was paroled. And he went back to his new bride, and they lived happily ever after, I guess. Killed his wife, only got a slap on the wrist, basically.
Question is, what age am I looking at? Am I looking at 60? Are we starting at 60?
Well, I don't know about you, but I think what I'm looking at is about my 6th year into decomposing in a shallow grave.